Okay, hello everyone. Can you all hear me? Good morning or good afternoon or good evening, whatever time zone you are in. Welcome to the 2021 JAE conference. It is my real pleasure to introduce Shaveen Yotkin, Dean of the Simon Business School at the University of Rochester, to give the opening remarks today. We refer to her affectionately as Dean Shaveen here at the Simon School. Shaveen is the 8th dean of the Simon School and the first female dean in the school's history, something we here at Simon are very proud of. Shaveen joined us last year from CMU's Typer School, just as the pandemic was unfolding. She has provided Simon with steady and strong leadership, and the school is flourishing in her care. Shaveen is a highly respected macroeconomics scholar. She is well known for her research in the design of sustainable monetary and fiscal policies in environments where policymakers and the public have asymmetric information. Her research spans fiscal policy design, social insurance design, computational economics, and asset pricing implications of macropolicy. Shaveen received her bachelor's degree in economics and mathematics from Wellesley College and master's and PhD degrees in economics from Stanford University. We thank Shaveen for taking the time to join us today. Here is Dean Shaveen of the Simon School.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Joanna. Thank you for the lovely introduction. It's so good to be here. Good morning, afternoon, evening to everyone. I'm really thrilled to join you today at the conference to partake in a significant milestone for the Journal of Accounting and Economics. As Joanna has mentioned, I'm a relatively newcomer to Simon, and as I was learning more about the school, I found out that the JAE was founded in 1978 by two young faculty members, Ross Watts and Jerry Zimmerman. Back then, the Simon School was called the Graduate School of Management at the University of Rochester. Since then, the school has changed its name to what you know today, Simon Business School. Today, the Simon Business School continues to thrive. We're known for our academic rigor, or we pioneered the STEM trend in business education to become the first business school in the US to offer STEM designations in all of our programs. And our faculty's dedication to academic research, teaching, and excellence are just some of the reasons I'm so honored that Simon houses one of the most prestigious journals in the field. In the 40 plus years since Ross and Jerry founded the journal has stayed true to its mission of publishing the highest quality manuscripts which seek to explain accounting phenomenon using economics. I want to especially share, for those of you maybe who've never had a chance to see the editorial mission statement or haven't read it in a while. Here, I'll get myself out of the way so that you can actually see the mission here. I'll leave it on the screen for a second, but I especially want to draw attention to the last couple of statements. In these days, you know, it's really hard to see sometimes mission statements that are so very well thought out of what they're willing to do and what they're not willing to accept. Theoretical papers must derive or offer the potential to derive testable implications, which ultimately can lead to inferences which further our understanding of accounting phenomena. Empirical papers, on the other hand, must have a theoretical basis. Papers consisting solely of possibility theorems or empirical fishing exercises will be discouraged. You know, that's a really nice mission statement for a journal, and I know for a fact that you know, the journal has become, has stayed true to that mission and became one of the leading journals in accounting, and its citation impact factor has been chasing those of leading journals in finance and economics. So we consider ourselves at Simon to be really fortunate to be part of an international community of brilliant, talented scholars, a lot of you here on this Zoom call, and dedicated to ensuring that the JAE continues to publish quality articles true to that mission that make a lasting impact and set the research agenda for researchers worldwide. The JAE conference over the years has become an annual occurrence. It has been an effective platform to stimulate accounting research by promoting interactions among scholars in accounting and other disciplines. These conferences also facilitate interactions between faculty and the next generation of scholars, our PhD students. In the absence of an in-person experience, which we were hoping to be able to pull off this year, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be, we created the next best thing and built actually a virtual social gathering space and gather that resembles our campus. So you'll get to kind of experience a little bit and walk around in it virtually. I have to say, one of the things that I really miss about my formal life as a fully just a scholar, not just a educational administrator, is being able to go and immerse myself in a conference full day long, kind of away from distractions, talking to people, learning from them, watching presentations, seeing the cutting edge research. So I hope all of you will have a chance to really disconnect from those distractions today and really immerse yourselves in this experience, because I certainly will, and pop in and pop out when my schedule allows. So with that, congratulations to all of you for playing a critical role in the success of the JAE. And I look forward to celebrating many more milestones and conferences with you. And thank you again for your participation and for coming. Joanna, I'd like to turn this back to you.
Thank you so much, Shaveen, for the wonderful remarks. We really appreciate your taking the time to join us today. Now, before we get started with our sessions, let me just quickly share a slide with some quick reminders. Can people see the slide? Okay. The first session will start with author presentation for 20 minutes uninterrupted, followed by the discussant, also uninterrupted, and then audience Q&A. Now, during the conference, please remember to keep your audio on mute unless you are making a comment during Q&A. And the chat function is available throughout each session, where you can ask questions or provide suggestions to the authors. And during the Q&A, please use a raise your hand function to ask a question and wait for the moderator to call on you. And I also want to remind everybody that the conference is being live streamed on YouTube, and it is also being recorded. And with that, I now turn it over to Bob to start the first session.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the JAE conference, as Joanna said. Our first session is the role of corporate social responsibility information in supply chain contracting. We have a four-author team. Peter is going to present, and as Joanna said, he'll have 20 minutes uninterrupted before we have Hans discussing the paper. Peter's co-authors will man the chat, as Joanna said, so if you have comments or questions, feel free to put them in the chat during Peter's presentation or during Hans's discussion. And those comments will be available to the authors and the editors after the conference, as the editors work with the authors to bring the papers to fruition. So with that, I will turn it over to Peter. Peter, the floor is yours.
Okay, many thanks. Can you hear me? Can you see the slides? Okay, very well. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Peter Fichte from University of Neuchâtel, Switzerland. And I would like to thank the organizers and editors for inviting us to this conference. I'm very happy to present you our paper, The Role of Corporate Social Responsibility Information in Supply Chain Contracting. This is joint work with Albert Darandelli from NTU, Markus Hetz from Göttingen University, and Nico Lehmann from Erasmus University Rotterdam. So my co-authors will take the questions in the chat during my presentation. Let me start with the motivation. CSR and CSR information are important topics nowadays. And we see that policymakers and regulators around the globe, and for example, here the European Union, they impose CSR transparency requirements with the stated objective of facilitating stakeholder monitoring of firm CSR. Now, while we have evidence that investors price CSR and that they respond to the salience of CSR information, we don't know that much about whether and how non-investor stakeholders react to CSR information. In addition, the literature on CSR disclosures and real effects, they typically assume but do not show these stakeholder reactions. Therefore, our motivating question is as follows. Does CSR information affect non-investor stakeholder decision-making? How do we address this question? Well, first, it's not so easy to observe non-investor stakeholder decision-making. This is one of the reasons why we chose the supply chain setting, where we can actually observe contractual relations between suppliers and their stakeholders, the corporate customers. And we use granular data from FactSet that has granular contract level data on supply chain relations. To obtain plausibly exogenous variation in CSR information, we exploit a CSR information shock. That is the Thomson Reuters Asset 4 coverage increase in 2017 for the Russell 2000 index firms. Now, besides data availability, the supply chain setting has some other features helpful for investigating CSR information effects. So, for example, corporate customers, they are really important stakeholders for suppliers. And we have also some evidence that corporate customers actually care about the performance of their suppliers in terms of CSR. In the following, I will elaborate on our research question and our empirical predictions. Our research question is as follows. Does the CSR information shock at the supplier level affect changes in supply chain contracting? And we propose two non-mutually exclusive channels. Why this should or could be the case: benchmarking and public pressure. We base our predictions on two premises. Our first premise is that corporate customers actually care about their suppliers' CSR. So they have incentives to keep their supply chain green and socially responsible. Our second premise is that the CSR information shock actually provides new and salient CSR information to stakeholders, in turn reducing the disclosure processing costs. Based on these premises, we propose two channels. The first channel is the benchmarking channel. According to the benchmarking channel, the coverage expansion facilitates comparisons of suppliers and helps the corporate customers with their relative benchmarking. Now, this relative CSR performance is important for benchmarking, in particular, if the absolute information can be noisy. So then for this, we need this relative information. And accordingly, our prediction is that then the corporate customers, then they reassess their contracting decisions, and this will result in negative contractual outcomes for suppliers with a low CSR performance. Our second channel, or in addition to the benchmarking channel, is public pressure. Now, the idea here is that this coverage expansion not only facilitates comparisons for the corporate customers, but also for other third-party stakeholders. For example, NGOs, retail customers, or the media. Now, according to this benchmarking channel, then it will make it easier for them to single out and exert pressure on the suppliers and their corporate customers. Therefore, our prediction here is that if this public pressure or the perceived public pressure is economically meaningful for corporate customers, then they will adjust their portfolio, supplier portfolio decision accordingly. Our empirical setup and data is as follows. I already talked about the coverage expansion. And as you can see here in this picture, in 2017, Thomson Reuters Asset 4 increased its index-based coverage, including now the Russell 2000 index. Now, this setting has some nice features. So first of all, it's a plausibly exogenous shock in CSR information for the suppliers. Second, the increase affected quite a large set of firms. And so even after our sample selection process, we still have a sufficiently large sample to estimate potential effects. And third, the treated firms, these treated suppliers, they are not subject to mandatory CSR reporting standards and have a relatively low level of voluntary CSR disclosures, which provides us with some power for testing our predictions. We use a differences design with a differential treatment effect for high and low CSR firms based on post-treatment CSR ratings by Asset 4. We do so because our predictions primarily apply for low CSR firms. We use a balanced sample from 2014 to 2018, with 2017 and 18 as the post-treatment years. Our treatment firms are US suppliers from the Russell 2000 index, and we use a matched control group. These are the Russell 1000 firms. And we do entropy balancing matching. We have two dependent variables. The first one is the annual number of newly initiated customer-supplier contracts. And our second variable is the number of unique customers linked to these contracts. We use firm and year fixed effects, and we cluster standard errors by industry. We have a bunch of control variables. In particular, we also control for contract characteristics, that is, the number of expired contracts in a given year. Our sample selection process yields 332 treatment suppliers per year and 370 control suppliers per year. Let me now show you the main results. As you can see here on this slide, we find on average negative treatment effects for Russell 2000 suppliers. Even more importantly, we find that these treatment effects, they are concentrated in low CSR suppliers. This is consistent with our benchmarking and public pressure explanation. In addition, that we do not find positive effects for the high CSR suppliers is consistent with other literature showing an asymmetric reaction to CSR news, meaning there are negative effects for negative news, but no positive effects for the positive ones. In addition, our treatment effects seem to be economically meaningful. To gauge plausibility of the parallel trends assumption, we run yearly diff and diff, with 2014 as the base year. As you can see here on this slide, we don't have any significant treatment effects before the Asset 4 coverage shock. But then, after the coverage increase, we see a significant negative effects for the low CSR suppliers, and the effects kick in when they should kick in. We also perform a synthetic control group matching, focusing on the Russell 2000 firms only. And as you can see here in this graph, we have parallel trends. This is by construction between high and low CSR firms. But then in the post period, we see a sharp and absolute decline in contracting for the low CSR supplier firms. Now, some open questions remain. So first of all, do corporate customers initiate these contracting decisions? And we have two tests to address this. So the first one is that we show that these treatment contracting effects, they are concentrated in low CSR suppliers that are relatively unimportant to their corporate customers. And in other words, the bargaining power rests with the corporate customers and not with the suppliers. And at least for us, this makes sense. So we don't expect that corporate customers quit their business relations with their very important key suppliers. We also don't find evidence that suppliers' increase in financing constraints are explaining our results. So these tests lend some evidence for the interpretation that it is indeed the corporate customers initiating these contracting results. Another alternative story could also be, well, instead of changing their contracting, these corporate customers, they just stop disclosing about the low CSR suppliers. That would be another way, but we don't find evidence for this alternative story. Our findings are robust to alternative specifications and also robust to alternative matching strategies. In the following, I will shed some more light on our proposed channels, benchmarking and public pressure. According to the benchmarking explanation, we would predict stronger treatment effects in situations where there is a higher information asymmetry between corporate customers and their suppliers. So in other words, if the corporate customers don't know the supplier so well, then this Thomson Reuters coverage increase and benchmarking should matter more. And consistent with this idea, we find that our treatment effects are more pronounced for customer-supplier pairs with high information asymmetry as measured with different industry, short-term relations, and low contracting intensity. Similarly, we find that our treatment effects are concentrated in industries with a low pre-treatment asset for coverage. Again, in these cases, the CSR coverage shock should matter more, and this is. We also have some tests on the role of public pressure. Accordingly, we would expect stronger effects when the suppliers, corporate customers, are subject to higher visibility and potential public scrutiny. And consistent with this idea, we find more pronounced treatment effects for contracts where the customers have high visibility. We measure this with listed customers and customers in business to consumer industries. A similar idea is also for where is the position of this supplier. So we find that our treatment effects are concentrated in suppliers in the middle of the supply chain as opposed to the bottom. And for me, this makes sense because in the middle of the supply chain, as opposed to the bottom, you're more visible, you're more subject to potential public pressure. Similarly, we also find that our treatment effects are concentrated in suppliers subject to higher media attention. To put our findings into context, we perform some additional analysis. First, we test whether our negative contracting effects also result in negative performance effects, whether they translate, for example, into sales. And as you can see here, yes, they do translate also into lower sales growth. We do not find evidence for return on asset. To reconcile our evidence with the CSR real effects literature, we also test whether after these negative contracting effects, whether then the low CSR suppliers, those who were most affected, whether then they try to increase their CSR performance as a response to negative contractual outcomes. And we find some evidence, although it's weak because it depends a little bit on how we define the sample. We find some evidence that the treatment low CSR suppliers have less violations in the post period. To complement these analyses, we also hand collect data on new CSR initiatives. We collect this information from annual reports and also from web pages using the Wayback Machine. And as you can see here in this graph, this indicates that these low CSR Russell 2000 suppliers who lose contracts, they at least try to improve their CSR performance by initiating new CSR initiatives. However, this has to be taken with caution. This is just descriptive evidence, and of course, our measure of CSR initiatives can also be discussed. But we see here some evidence that they respond, that they try to do something. All right, let me conclude. We find negative effects for low CSR suppliers. So the CSR information shock results in a reduction of new contracts and in the loss of clients. And we find that our effects, they vary with benchmarking and public pressure. Of course, our paper is subject to limitations. I would like to mention one limitation. This is with respect to data. Now, because our research question and research design focuses on suppliers, a consequence of this is that our dependent variable, number of new contracts, we measure on a supplier level, and then we count all contracts with different corporate customers. Like this, we get a comprehensive measure for number of new contracts. But the drawback of this is, of course, that we don't have much information about the corporate customers, about the different ones, beyond what we already exploit in the cross-sectional tests about listing status or industry affiliation. And related to this, we cannot really track where these contracts go. So we see that suppliers lose contracts, but we don't really see where these. Despite these limitations, we believe that we contribute to the literature on mandated CSR disclosures and stakeholder decision-making. That is, by showing that stakeholders, in our case, corporate customers, actually react on CSR information, we lend some support for a key element in the CSR literature's underlying causal chain. We also contribute to the literature on CSR and supply chain management by showing that not renewing contracts with low CSR suppliers can be a firm policy to keep the supply chain green and socially responsible. And finally, we contribute to the literature on third-party rating vendors. Despite the discussion and debate about the rating vendors, we exploit a coverage perspective, and we find some evidence consistent with an informational role of these rating vendors. Many thanks for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion and then later the Q&A session. Many thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Hans Christensen will discuss.
Okay, I can't share my now. Oh, now I can. Okay, do you see my slides?
Yes.
Excellent, perfect. Okay, so first of all, thanks a lot to the to the editors for inviting me to discuss this paper, and of course to the authors for writing the paper so I can discuss it. So let me just get started so that I don't go over time. Like that. Okay, so what I think it's a good paper. Basically, I don't have any sort of major concerns. They have all the caveats in there, in my opinion, that they need to have there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to build on what the authors say in the last paragraph of their conclusion regarding the implications. So here they say the first implication that they talk about is that, well, this could speak to mandatory or policy decisions regarding mandatory CSR reporting. So what they say is a key assumption for this is that policies of these kind of policies is that stakeholders actually use this information, right? So what I'm going to do now is discuss. First, I'm going to give a little background information to this, and then I'm going to discuss what can we actually learn from this, right? Both in terms of what can we learn and maybe what can we not learn from this regarding a potential mandate for CSR reporting. Okay, so first of all, this is not the first paper, of course, that looks at whether stakeholders care about CSR information. So it's correct, as you all say, that most of it focuses on equity investors, but there are papers that look at, say, what lenders think, what employers think, policymakers, regulators, consumers, or the general public. But what is different about this paper is that they have this rating shock, right? So they have this kind of increasing coverage. So they can presumably sort of isolate change in the information processing cost. So most of the other papers in this area, not all, but most of them focus on or cannot separate like the underlying CSR activities from disclosing them. So that, of course, leads the others to say, maybe we can learn something regarding mandatory disclosure of CSR information, because this is a bit like a mandatory increase in CSR information because it's not decided at the firm level. Okay, so we have a literature that shows that the stakeholders seems to care, a broad set of stakeholders. We also have a literature, as the others, as Peter just explained, that shows that seems to be real effects whenever we disclose or increase transparency about different CSR issues. But these studies generally do not focus on what specific stakeholder group is it that seems to cause these effects, get firms to change behavior. Okay, so that's where this paper comes in. So basically the evidence, including this paper, suggests that a broad set of stakeholders care about how corporations behave on these social issues. So the question is, why do they care, right? So I think that a key reason is that many sort of people that want to affect change here see governments as failing in creating these changes. So think about globally, climate change, for example, where you have disputes between the US, especially the former administration, the US government and Europe, for example, and other countries. You have disputes between developed and developing countries as examples that made it hard to come up with any agreements on any action to take that would make sense. It's also nationally. So here in the US, it could be diversity, or in some maybe poor countries or developing countries, it could be working conditions, right? So a bunch of these big problems we have, people are seeing there's not, politicians are unable to come up with a good solution. So then it's logical, if you want to affect change, to think, hey, maybe transparency will work. If politicians don't work, maybe if we can increase transparency, then corporations could solve the problems for us, right? So the question is, will corporation or corporate transparency solve our problems? I will start by saying, why should we care about the supply chain? Because this is, of course, a paper about the supply chain. And that's sort of specific to CSR information. So if we believe that transparency, corporate transparency, is a way to affect change on these issues, then we need to consider the entire supply chain, right? Because stakeholders care about the final product and the full impact of that. So if you buy a car, you don't just care about whoever assembled the car in the end, you care about all the steps that went into producing a car. What is the environmental impact? Similarly, if you did not include the entire supply chain in your considerations, then it would be very easy to circumvent this regulation or show good numbers without really changing by just outsourcing bad behavior or like pollution or whatever it is, but perhaps export it to poor countries or developing countries where there's less, where less people maybe are concerned about this. So in CSR, we kind of need to think about the entire supply chain if we want to affect change. And this is different from financial reporting, because if all investors care about financial returns, then they don't really care about whether they're earned through outsourcing or some other means, right? I mean, it's unlikely that an investor that only cares about return would care about the profitability of a supplier, right? So that's why sort of we should care about the entire supply chain. However, why might corporate managers actually care, right? Not why they should, but why might they? So one explanation could be that corporate managers sort of have a desire, intrinsic desire to be good. I think that's unlikely, right? So what I think is more likely to happen is that other stakeholders care, a broad set of stakeholders care, and then there's sort of an exposed shaming effect going on, right? So let me try and explain that, what I mean by that. And I'm going to use an example that you probably remember. There was a big, in Bangladesh in 2013, there was a big building collapse in this garment factory. Actually, there was multiple garment factories, which killed more than 1,000 people, and several thousand people got injured. So it was all over the news. A number of big brand companies, and I have 3 of them here, Walmart, The Children's Place, and Benetton, got kind of shamed based on that, right? Like, why were you producing? Because they were producing in that facility. Other firms that were not maybe producing there, but close by and had similar problems, like Nike, even left Bangladesh as a consequence, right? So that was a bad sort of publicity that they got out of this. Imagine in this setting, if you had a rating on the supplier, a CSR rating that had been really low, then presumably the bad publicity could have been even worse, right? Because now I can make the argument that you should have known, right? You should have known because they had such a low CSR rating. You could write some really good articles with Nike producing in this very, very low rated facility. Okay, so this exposed shaming effect has 2 implications, I think. So let me start with the first one here. So the first thing is, I don't think consumers actually have to look at the CSR ratings, right? So if you look at the evidence in the paper I'm discussing now, they find that business to consumer corporate customers react more, right? But it's probably unlikely that these end consumers are going to look at CSR ratings before they make a purchase, right? But it's possible that corporate customers do look at these ratings and investors do. And if they understand this exposed shaming effect, then even if they have no preferences for social responsibility, they could react to lower processing costs for these less sophisticated stakeholders. And if that's an explanation for the result, we will still expect to see a stronger effect for these business to end consumer customers. Same result basically. So what are the implications of this? Well, first of all, end consumers or voters or whoever it is that can impose costs in these firms, I don't think they have to look at the actual ratings to indirectly cause the effect. Right? That's the first. And the second one is that I think it's very difficult to sort of separate the effect of investor stakeholders and non-investor stakeholders. Right? I mean, it's possible that corporate customers may react in anticipation of investor responses, and investors may react in anticipation of whatever end consumers or how voters may react. Right? So it's sort of a little bit difficult to say who is actually making the decisions in this setting, right? And I think that's also acknowledged in this public pressure results that's in the paper. So that's the first implication. The second implication is that even imperfect CSR information could have real effects, right? In fact, I think you could come up with a completely random number of a rating and it could still have a real effect, right? So, and there is evidence in the literature that these CSR ratings are not very accurate. And the authors also cite that in a footnote talking about that. Same with voluntary CSR metrics that are being disclosed, same criticism, right? They may not be very accurate. However, even a bad rating, something that it could be completely uncorrelated with what's really going on, could have an effect, right? As long as some stakeholder that can impose cost on the firms don't understand that. Maybe end consumers or voters that can then put pressure on politicians. Because after a disaster, a bad CSR rating can still be used to shame a buyer, right? And similarly, a good CSR rating could be an excuse, like for the company saying, hey, nobody knew, how could we, right? So the rating, even if it has no real information content, could be used in that way. So I don't think you even need to have information in rating to have an effect, a real effect here. Of course, real effects that comes from a bad information or bad rating are unlikely to be desirable from societal perspective. Okay, so now I'll spend the rest of the time talking about a case study, and of course, so it's of course a little bit narrow approach here, but it's sort of the only place I think we have where we have an example in the US, at least, where we have mandatory disclosure of supply chain information that's directed at sort of getting corporations to behave in a more socially responsible way. So perhaps we can learn something from that as to whether this is a good idea or not. Right. So what I'm going to talk about is this conflict mineral disclosures that some of you may have heard about. So just a little bit of background. It's related to what people call Africa's Great War. Right. So that war officially ended in 2003, but not really. So it's sort of happening in and around the DRC, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, and the ground zero of that is in the eastern part of the DRC. It's the bloodiest war since World War II, according to the United Nations. And there's not really any dispute that it's funded, at least in part, not entirely, but at least in part, by the trade in conflict minerals. And these type of minerals are used in phones, electronics, cars, a lot of different things that we use in our daily lives. So what happened is, leading up to this speculation, there were revelations that some of these big multinational companies were unknowingly, probably, buying minerals that came from the DRC, conflict minerals, right? So activists or NGOs put pressure on politicians to do something. And what did they do? They basically responded, the policymakers, by putting into the Dodd-Frank Act a section 1502, which mandates, among other things, it mandates disclosure of information on the use of conflict minerals from the DRC. Right? The companies had to disclose whether they were doing that or what they were doing to address it. Okay, and the stated objective is to make, by the way, the lives of people living in and around the DRC better, right? To improve their lives. It's not to protect investors. So let's see what actually happened in the DRC, right? So there's not so much dispute about the immediate effect, because as soon as the act was passed, within 2 months, basically the DRC government started shutting down the mining facilities they could in order to create this certification system, right? So there was massive anticipation effect because the actual disclosure rule didn't come in until 2014. So that's one thing. If you look at the academic evidence on what was the effect on people's life in the DRC, it's mixed. So some find very negative effects and some find somewhat positive effects. Not surprising that it's mixed evidence, because of course this is very, very difficult to identify such effects. So I'm not going to rely on the academic evidence. I'm going to rely on what people on the ground think happened, right? So I found this comment letter sent by a large group of NGOs. They wrote a comment letter together to the SEC. And this comment letter is about whether we should abandon the rule, right? So the SEC thinks, hey, this might have some negative effects actually on the DRC. Let's reconsider, should we completely abandon the rule? So they're for the disclosure rule, right? So because they think it improved their lives. But let me sort of say what is evidence in the letter. So first of all, they agree that the initial response was very, very negative. So almost immediately, it led to what they call a de facto embargo, which we know as a fact. Basically, companies stopped buying minerals from there. Unemployment went up. And in fact, many of the young men that worked in these mines returned to armed groups, to work for them, because the compensation there was they could loot as much as they like. And that was better than having nothing. So that was bad, of course. But then the NGOs argues the following. But what happened then in the years that followed is that we had an increased awareness in the DRC that we had to do something, right? And that increased awareness made a number of political changes happen. And those things have led to less fighting in our area. We also got 2 new schools, we got 2 new health facilities, and we have less child labor in those mines that are operating now. So what I want to say here, the letter is very long, but there's no doubt that these NGOs that lives in eastern part of the DRC, so therefore experience it on a daily basis, experience positive changes around this regulation. Okay, so what's the problem with this argument? Right? So they use that to argue that you should keep the rule. What is the problem with this argument? Well, so first of all, the disclosure rule was not the only thing that was implemented. In fact, in the Dodd-Frank, the second part of 1502 is basically telling the administration at that time, the Obama administration, to come up within 270 days with a more comprehensive plan of what they were going to do about this conflict and how they were going to address conflict minerals. So what they did undoubtedly was they increased diplomatic pressure and also worked on a certification system, essentially. So the first thing I would say is that, yes, it may look to an NGO like there's an improvement, or there may well have been an improvement over this period, sort of a delayed one from the disclosure rules, but it's very hard for them to observe, well, this is coming from the disclosure versus all these other initiatives that are happening, right? So it's very unclear whether there were any positive effects. That's the first one. The second one is that even if we accept that these disclosure rules played a role in increasing awareness in the DRC, it's very far from certain that this is a cost-effective way to increase awareness, right? But what we do know for sure is this was super costly to firms. So the early estimates by the SEC before implementing the rules suggested they estimated there will be about 3 to 4 billion to implement, and then maybe $500 million each year after that, right? So anecdotal evidence suggests that it's much, much more costly. So hard to say exactly how much, maybe 10, 20, 30 billion by now that we have used, right? That's obviously a very costly way to increase awareness in the DRC of the need to address this issue. And you could certainly build a lot of schools and healthcare facilities for that amount of money. So two takeaways that we need to consider when we think about whether we should mandate anything. There's definitely real effects of this, almost certainly will be, but they need not be positive, right? Certainly the initial evidence from the DRC was that it was very negative. Whether some of the more positive effects later were caused by the disclosure rule, that's possible, but highly uncertain. And then second, even if there are some positive effects, we need to think about, is this the more cost-effective way to do it? Okay, so let me now talk a little bit about, just sum up here in the next two slides on what does this mean? So what can we learn from this evidence about a potential mandate of CSR reporting? So first of all, I think one observation is that if you do want to use disclosure regulation to affect change in corporate social behavior, then we will need to take a supply chain approach, right? Because otherwise it's too easy to circumvent, right? So that's different from financial reporting and likely rather complicated or more complicated than financial reporting. Then second, there will be real effects, right? I think we have enough evidence to show that now, including this paper, that these disclosure rules will cause some kind of real effect. However, it's far from clear that these are desired real effect, right? And then even in perfect information, bad ratings, for example, can affect behavior, right? But those behavioral changes are unlikely to be desirable from a societal perspective. And then third, even if we do observe some positive effects of these disclosure rules, then it's not clear that using securities regulation to accomplish these objectives is the most cost-effective way to do it if you compare it to sort of more traditional policy implications. So with that said, to answer the question I started with, will corporate transparency solve our problems? That's hard to say. I doubt it, but it's hard to say for sure, right? But I think one thing for sure is that even if we do even if we take the decisions from policymakers like parliaments, national parliaments, and move them to the corporate sector and stakeholders, it's not going to solve the underlying problem that gave rise to the lack of a political solution to begin with. Right? That's highly unlikely. So those problems are just going to move into the disclosure setting instead. And so in my guess is that these more traditional policy instruments probably still have a place. Okay, so I think overall it's a great paper, but I think we need to be careful in the kind of policy decisions that we drive from the evidence. So this was an attempt to sort of take the paper and put it in that context. So with that said, I will turn it back to Bob.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you for your discussion. So if you are interested in asking a question, please raise your hand. After you've asked your question, please lower your hand if you would. I'd appreciate that so I can keep track of who still has ongoing questions or not. Please try to keep your questions succinct. So with that, we'll get started. Anna?
All right. Hi, Peter. I really enjoyed the paper, enjoyed reading it. I thought it was really good. One thing I think you need to recognize in the paper is that as a limitation is that your sample of supply chain contracts, it covers a tiny fraction of global supply chain relationships. And the fraction that you're covering are the really material buyer and seller relationships. So they need to reach, this threshold of materiality that they are disclosed in a public way somewhere. So I know, there's greater coverage than the CompuStat segment file, but you're still just getting those very, very material relationships. Mm-hmm. Now, why that's important for your paper is that prior literature shows that in these really important supply chain relationships, there is a robust informal communication channel. So because they're interacting so frequently and these are really material relationships, they are communicating informally all the time. So I think for your setting, it is very unlikely that customers are unaware of a supplier's CSR metrics, particularly the ones that you're looking at in this paper. And even further, I think they have probably already obtained a lot of these metrics and these benchmarks relative to other suppliers in that same industry. And so I just think that your setting doesn't really lend itself to capturing this idea of customers learning information about their suppliers. I realize that you do some cross-sectional cuts here to look at variation within your sample of really material relationships, but I think those proxies for information asymmetry don't really capture a lot of variation within that sample. So just to summarize, I think, it's important that you recognize that your sample is very specific and it's covering relationships that already have a pretty robust information flow.
Okay. Yeah, many thanks. I agree. Yeah, and that's the trade-off we face, so we want to have a setting to investigate that, and then of course we have all the sample selection process and end up with a relatively small sample. So I agree, we should be careful here, and I think it's an average treatment effect of the treated first. Then the other thing where I partly agree is that, or maybe this was not well presented by me or not well written in the paper, I think we don't claim that these corporate customers don't know their suppliers. What we need here is just an incremental increase in information. And I think this is, with this rating coverage shock, this is what it is and what it does. And it's also not, on top of that, it's not that we say it's only the benchmarking driving it. It's both channels together. They are non-mutually exclusive. But long answer in short, I agree with you. I think we should definitely mention this as a limitation. Many thanks.
Okay, Zhuben.
Yeah, I really enjoy reading the paper. So my question is kind of related to Anna's question about, we keep talking about the customers care about suppliers, CSRs, and in what sense do they care? So that part I wasn't quite clear about. They care about it because the suppliers will not do well, and in the end that will hurt customers, shareholders, right? This is from shareholder value maximization point of view, then they can kind of be affected negatively. So they shed their major suppliers, or it's because they are good citizens, they care about this CSRs, and then they just behave accordingly. So I wasn't sure how that is and why this question gets related to Anna's question, because Anna said it's unlikely these customers are not aware of suppliers' CSR performance, right? If it's not the awareness, then that seems to rule out the possibility of being a good citizen. I just intrinsically care about that, right? Regardless of my shareholders' value. So, and this gets to Han's comments about the welfare impact, about the regulations. So these things, I think you could potentially discuss it. You may not be able to fully address it, but it's kind of important to discuss, one, particularly when it comes to the policy implication.
All right, thanks. There are many things you said. So first of all, I agree with what Hans says. So we have to be very careful in drawing policy implications for our paper. Maybe this was also a little bit, overstepped. So in the end, why we do that, or what was the starting point of this project, was because there is a lot of talk about stakeholders reacting on CSR information, but we don't have that much evidence on it. And that's the main purpose of our study. It's not about why do corporate customers even care. And they could care, as Hans pointed out, for very different reasons, because their own have pressure, or they have shareholder pressure. So I think that's not, well, this is definitely interesting. I'm not saying it's not interesting, but I think the key focus of our paper is we have suppliers, we have corporate customers as their stakeholders, and we see that they react to this plausibly exogenous shock in CSR information. But of course, our paper is subject to limitations. And if you want an answer from me why they care, well, they care, of course, because of reputational concerns, but it could also be that it could imply supply chain disruptions. So in the end, or maybe this was not well presented by me, we don't say they care because of kind of altruism motives. And yeah, okay. But thanks for your comment. I hope I addressed it. Becky.
Hi, good morning, Peter. So a question, I wanted to know a little bit more in the paper about where these contracts go. So you talk about in the paper, and you said this in your talk too, that you can't really trace them. But I wanted to understand a little bit more about, the lack of tracing, and perhaps it's related to the sample issues that Anna mentioned. But ex ante, you talk a little bit in the paper about how there's this asymmetric response, perhaps. I guess I was expecting to see these contracts show up someplace else in the distribution. And so if you observed, I guess my question for you is, if you were to observe the actual all contracts, so if we took away maybe the sample issues that Anna was raising before, would you expect to see them show up in other parts of the distribution, or would you expect there to be some other effect that would imply they shouldn't show up there? It's like, what's happening to the contracts?
Yeah, many thanks for this question. So the official answer is we cannot really track it. Yes? As I said in the presentation, if you want more informal question from me, we have some very casual evidence that some of the contracts actually go to the low Russell 1000 suppliers, But this is very, very just, we did also this synthetic control group matching for the Russell 1000 suppliers, and there we see for the low ones a little bit of an increase, but this is the benchmark group for our Russell 2000 firms. We don't have evidence on it, it's just like a casual observation, but that, for me, that makes some sense, yeah, because with that coverage increase, this makes our treated firms also comparable to the others, and if that benchmarking plays a role, then of course, then some corporate customers might also shift some contracts to these Russell 1000 low CSR firms. It's like a new competition. It could also go somewhere out of the FactSet database, and then we have no chance to track that. Yeah, but the problem is we cannot really track it. It's a disclaimer. We write it down in the paper. This is just some loose observation and my interpretation.
Yeah, I think in general, I was looking for, I appreciate that there's the disclosure, and you talked about it too here, that you just for data can't see it, but maybe more discussion about where these could, whether it's this limited evidence that you have, or just other types of information, or even just some anecdotal evidence or something talking about like where they go. It just seemed like a big question that I was left with when I read the paper. But thank you very much.
Yeah, we have a bit in the paper, but we didn't want to to put too much emphasis on it because it's in the end it's graphical inference. Yeah, it would be interesting, kind of a spillover. Okay, shut up.
Thank you,
Andrew.
Hey, Peter. So I enjoyed the paper. It seems like an important aspect of the contribution is the focus on non-investor responses. And I shared Hans's response or Hans's discussion in the sense that, like, you know, and you can imagine investors and customers having similar preferences over a lot of these things. And I think even if it's difficult to like perfectly separate the two and control for them, I think it'd be nice to see some controls for like who's in the investor base, and maybe there's a way to look at shareholder voting behavior or proposals that would help us kind of assess like how much of the results are coming actually from customers versus the investor base.
Okay, I understand you, but can I ask back? Because Hans' point was more that investors could influence the corporate customers, or is your point more that our results could also be driven by direct investor actions on our suppliers?
Either one. I mean, it could come from the investor through the customer or just from the investor on their own. Yeah.
But if it is investor on corporate customer, I think it's not such a problem for our contribution because we still see that these corporate customers, they react, you know. And I said it before, maybe it's a little bit loosely speaking, but we don't care that much why they react. For us, it is important that they react because on that, we don't have that much evidence. That's just like it is. Now, and now I go a step further, even the evidence really causally showing that investors react. We have some, I know, but so much we also don't have. Yeah? So of course we have a lot of correlations, CSR, market pricing, etc. But yeah, okay. Now I'm venturing a little bit too far. What I wanted to say is we have stakeholders, and obviously they seem to react. We see contracting changes. And I think like this, we make some contribution here.
Sugata.
Good morning. Hi, Peter. So one of the things that crossed my mind as I was listening to the other questions is perhaps, you know, your description of benchmarking as an independent channel. So sort of resolving this information asymmetry in and of itself affects customers' behavior in terms of dropping suppliers or not initiating contracts. That's part of the issue you face because really benchmark itself it's hard for me to see what the incremental effect of that is in and of itself. So if benchmarking has an effect, it has to be through things like public peer pressure. Or public pressure or other costs that customers face. So if you resolve the information asymmetry, the only reason the customers care is because they face some kind of pressure to act on revealed information, right? So I have a hard time seeing it as an independent channel, maybe as a channel through which other channels work, like peer pressure, public pressure and these other things that you have in mind. So that's something maybe worth thinking about.
Oh yes, yeah, because it's true that these two are linked, and maybe we should be more careful in how to present and also how to write up. Yeah. What about if there are low quality suppliers, and then there is a scandal there, and then even if it would not feed back to the reputation of the corporate customers, even then it could be bad for corporate customers because then have a problem with their supply chain, you know, because they can maybe not deliver their products anymore. Yeah. That could be a defense in that this benchmarking channel also would work on its own. But I think in the end, we don't need that. Yeah. So we need a plausible story why we would see an effect. And we have theory for both channels. And if they work together, fine. but yeah, I take your comment is well taken. Be more careful here.
Thank you.
Mark.
Yeah, so I like the paper too. I thought it documented something that you would sort of expect to see in the data, and it was there. So so I like that about it. I guess something I struggled a little bit with was the economic significance of the results. So especially when you get to things like performance, it seemed like this is like really a big deal for the supplier when this happens. And so it made me wonder if there was a way to think about sort of benchmarking the cost versus benefit here in terms of thinking about, given how much you're paying in terms of losing customers relative to sort of how much you're saving by having poor CSR practices. Is there anything you could do there to sort of benchmark that? It also made me wonder, do you think this was a surprise to the supplier, right? So when this disclosure initially came out, is this something that they weren't expecting to see come out? And so, you know, from their perspective, in some sense, maybe it's a little bit out of equilibrium, right? In the sense that, you know, they weren't correctly trading off the costs and benefits because they didn't see the cost coming here. And I guess that relates to the question of how early on they actually knew that this was going to be coming out. And then sort of finally here, it led me to wonder, like, going forward, would you expect that the people who were surprised by the size of the effect would sort of respond? I know there's a little bit of this in the paper, by changing how they behave going forward.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So the cost versus benefit idea, that's a good one, and I think we should think about this, how we can integrate that. What helps a bit is, this is just one quick test here, is that when we extend the post-event window, of course, this is then also affected by COVID-19, etc. But then we see less severe performance effects, and that could be also indication that, you know, so in the short run they lose these contracts, but then they have also time to react. This is somehow consistent with these low CSR suppliers responding to these negative contracts by trying at least to improve their CSR. You know, so they start initiatives. For this, we have hand-collected data, so we are sure. But of course, we don't know the ultimate outcome of these initiatives. And also, again, be careful with policy implications here. We don't know whether now there will be a better world, and I think we should not go into that area here. But yeah, we will definitely give this some more thought. Thanks, Mark, for this comment.
Rich.
Thanks, Peter. I think it's just a great paper. I'm not so interested in, you know, the different channels, because when you have good identification like you have, or in all these other implications that seem to back up your findings, I think that's nice to add to the literature. It's very difficult to show that these things have effect in a believable way. So I think in that sense, it's a contribution. I also like what Hans said. Teaching these cases, telling my classes that children should be able to work on family farms, perhaps, it rings on deaf ears. But if I could tell them that even stopping conflict resolution diamond exports, because these Harvard cases make it they're very ideological, make it seem like these things are all wonderful, and planting eucalyptus trees in Africa is a great idea, when we really don't know any of these far-reaching implications. Let me ask you a question about Appendix H, that internet. I think this might get to some of the issue, because I don't really know this Revere database, and I think a lot of people, maybe Anna knows it better than me, but when you're looking at the percentage of publicly disclosed contracts, how do you, you're talking, just help me get that variable. You're talking about the number of contracts disclosed in the report compared to the number of contracts in the Revere database? Is that how you're measuring that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, okay, so then,
Yeah.
why would you not, occasionally I take it, a company is disclosing a supplier and that supplier has a bad CSR rating, is that right?
I'm not sure whether I understand your question.
Well, what I'm asking is, wouldn't you expect if I had an annual report that had a Bangladesh factory in it as my supplier, that I would stop disclosing it?
Then it would not show up anymore in the FactSet data set, and then we would see here a negative treatment effect. That would be bad. That's why we use this as a placebo effect.
Okay. Well, this is what I'm trying to understand. One thing is when you have your supplier contracts disclosed and you fish through all the data and you find the contracts. The other thing is when you disclose your suppliers in the 10K. So I thought that this variable, if I understood it, was the ratio of those two. Is that correct?
As far as I know, FactSet collects this information from various sources, including the 10K. Yes, this is correct. Yeah.
Well, okay.
And so our concern would be
what's
here.
the numerator and what's the denominator in this? When you say percentage, what's the top number and what's the bottom?
Just right now, I don't know. I would have to look it up.
Okay, that's what
and of course, Rich, we can I can respond to you also via mail, and we can.
Okay, that's fine. I think
now you're asking me something.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I think it's a really good paper. That's why it kind of scares me according to what the identification standards would be for me to get something published. So in that sense, it's a great paper. So yeah, I'm not okay. Then the other thing is, do the suppliers, well, do these CSR, the CSR ratings, are they affected by this Revere database? Is there any evidence that asset 4 is going through the Revere database, checking ratings, and then revising its ratings based on what it finds?
I see where you're going. I don't know about this, but I can also not say it's not the case, So I don't think that asset 4 takes data from FactSet Revere database to make their ratings.
Well, that would kind of be relevant, right? Because, for your purposes, right? You kind of almost hope that all the CSR companies are using Revere 4, because kind of that's what you're using, right?
But we lose in the sample selection process, we lose companies because of both. Some companies are not in the FactSet database, some companies are not in the asset 4 database.
Okay, there might be another paper there, but just maybe kind of think about how it's very difficult for me when I talk about these in class. They have all these CSR companies have this methodology release, and it's just a bunch of word salad. I can never figure out how they're coming up with the actual ratings.
Oh,
so if you could provide this might be a sense to ability to provide some insight into that.
Now I know. The problem is, and that's also the criticism against these rating providers, is that they don't disclose how exactly they come up then with their ratings. That's in the end, it's kind of a proprietary technology. We have in Appendix B, we have some information from asset 4, which are the sources, which are the key factors they use to compute their ratings. But in the end, they never disclose how exactly they come up with their ratings. So that's kind of their competitive advantage, which they don't show. And there is also papers that exactly criticize this. And I think this also goes back to Hans' discussion about, these ratings, even if they are not so good, with that coverage increase, it's kind of an incremental information coming into the market. And so, yeah, even if it's noisy, we still have some information about the relative ranking of these firms. But yeah, unfortunately, they don't disclose that. It's kind
Okay,
of
I want to move on to some more questions. Christine.
Hi, Peter. I also think it's really nice that you're looking at this kind of like non-investor setting. So my question is similar to what Hans and Andrew mentioned, which is that when I was reading it, I also thought both these mechanisms that you're looking at should apply to investors as well. But I got the impression in the paper that you're trying to rule that out because you do this, financial constraints test where you say, okay, it doesn't look like that the financial constraints change. But then when you answered Andrew's question, you said that, well, we already know that investors respond. So I just wondered if maybe you could clarify how the non-investors are different, or if they're different in your mind.
I see. No, I agree. I think we really try to push it a little bit that way. Maybe we overdid it a little bit, because I think investors can play a role in our setting, and it's still an interesting paper. So I just also realize right now that yeah, there is a lot of focus on NGOs and retailers, and we don't talk a lot about investors, except in the first paragraph where we say, yeah, we have this evidence, but we don't have this. I mean, even not going that far, it could also be, and I remember also this discussion somewhere else, that they could even have the same incentives, investors and our corporate customers. So I think also there we don't want to make a stand. We don't say they are different. What we want to show is that in a lot of the narratives of these regulations, I'm a EU person, but here they explicitly write that they do this, that stakeholders react, and they mean more than just the investors. They don't exclude the investors. Maybe this is a little bit the write-up questions, So what we don't want to say, hey, investors don't play a role and they have different incentives. It's just, there is a lot of narrative that goes beyond investors. And I think, yeah, ours is one of the first ones who looks at such a non-investor stakeholder. Okay, but yeah, your point is well taken, thanks.
Mary.
Peter, very, very interesting paper. Hans raised some great points about the policy implications, and I concur with those. You need to be a bit careful. But having said that, this is a very important area right now for policymakers, and any evidence you can provide, forget about interpretation at the end, evidence you can provide I think would be helpful to that debate. For example, in the chat, I mentioned that the CSR is very broad. And you have ENV and SOC, I get that part, but it's the policy discussion is much more focused at this point. There's CSR, and then there's ESG, and then there's even deeper than that, it's climate change versus human capital. And any data information you can provide, any evidence you can provide that helps determine what is this link you're demonstrating. What is CSR? What does it mean? And then, so if you were to take it to a policy domain, what kinds of things should you be thinking about that would come from your evidence? But I just would encourage you to not step too far away from providing evidence to the policymakers.
Okay, many thanks, Mary. Okay, now I see you. But if we do something, then it should be backed up. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's just, I think it's a little bit unfortunately written there in the conclusion. It might give the impression that our evidence can now one-to-one be taken to the regulator, and I think this we definitely don't want. We can also not use our evidence to say now we should impose mandatory CSR reporting around the globe. That's definitely not what we want to say. It's really the starting point of the project was and also inspired by the survey from Hans and Lucy and Christian, that there is a lot of talk about these non-investor stakeholders, and we don't have much about it. Yeah. Okay, but your point is well taken, Maria. We will not fully step away from trying to do policy implication, but not overselling it.
SP. You have to unmute, SP.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me echo what Mary just said, that this is important. I like the paper, and I also really enjoyed Hans' comments. The question I have, clearly either CSR or ESG or climate change, they have potential to have real effects. And there's no question about it. I mean, because whether Foreign Corrupt Practices Act or child labor, when those were disallowed, well, that obviously changed people's behavior even before or after. And, so the question here that I think we have to ask is, from a regulatory standpoint, it is, as Hans was also saying, cost benefit. And we wrestle with it at the SEC as well, a whole lot. And they routinely wrestle with it as to not only measuring the cost and benefit, but what is the cost imposed by regulation on disclosing? And there really the question comes where to draw the line, how granular we want to be in requiring these disclosures. But the second thing that it seems to me is equally important is what is the disciplining effect of disclosure? Would requiring firms to disclose something about how they are conducting business, would that alter their behavior? Because previously, maybe they think that let us take some chances, okay? And now, if you are requiring them to disclose certain things, well, the opportunity to take chance or engage in certain behavior, that opportunity might be foreclosed or at least considerably diminished. So finding out or anything that we can say as to how this has a disciplining effect, and I realize it's not easy to do that, but the disciplining effect of disclosure, that I think would be very important, not only for the profession, but also to policymakers. And the second is to recognize that there are these real effects. So what we want to think in terms of disclosure is where to draw the line, because it does impose a fair bit of cost on those who are producing the information and disclosing it. Thank you.
I agree with what you say. That's I think a general problem. That that's typically just the benefit side and not the cost side that you can shed light on. First of all, and the disciplining effect, yeah, that would be interesting to show. Ours, but that's just in addition what you say. I would say with that coverage shock, it's not the same as a disclosure requirement. In a disclosure requirement, then it's also the firms have to prepare these disclosures. There is more than just the stakeholder effects. There are also learning effects. This has been shown in the investment literature. So it's a little bit a different ball game than here with this external information shock. But if we want to discuss about policy implications, then of course this disciplining mechanism would be very, very interesting. But I just concur with what you say.
Frank, we got 1 minute. Can you get your question out in a hurry?
Yeah, so I was just curious about the role of rating, the CRS rating agency. So if company experience negative sales growth because low ratings and they implement changes subsequently, do you know how fast the rating agency would respond? So I think this is kind of interesting angle because it will tell us something about effectiveness of third-party evaluation. If they're pretty slow, then that could discourage CSR investments. So could you provide some context to it?
If I understood you correctly, so then asset 4 would then react to these negative contractual outcomes. Was this your line of argument?
No, I was just thinking about how fast they would respond if I do something right and if they don't change our rating. So then, anticipating this effect, then I may not actually do the right thing. So this relates to Hans' comments.
Yes, I see what you mean. So then how fast do these rating agencies then also incorporate this, what I said, they try now with more initiatives. We did not do this in this paper, but in another paper, we see kind of a high correlation between these new initiatives and then improvements in the score. So yes, they take that into account. Yeah, but still could be greenwashing, etc., etc. Yeah? So that's then another story. But obviously, these rating agencies take it into account.
Okay, well, we are out of time. Thank you to the authors. Thank you to Hans, the discussant, and for your questions. We have a break until 11:35, and we'll see you back then. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, everyone, welcome back. It looks like I think everyone's back in or will be back in shortly. So welcome back to the second session of the conference. In this session, we have Charles Lee and Chinlin Zhang. And Charles will be presenting, and the title of the paper is Shall We Talk? The Role of Interactive Investor Platforms in Corporate Communication. The format's the same as the last session. So Charles will be presenting, and he will present for 20 minutes uninterrupted. And then Beth will discuss the paper, and she will have 20 to 25 minutes. It's great to see everybody, at least in the little boxes. I'm glad everybody's here. And we'll get started. So Charles, go ahead.
All right, thanks very much. Thank you, Michelle. And thank you, editors of the JAE, for giving us this opportunity to share with you our research. I just want to begin by acknowledging my co-author, Qingling Zhong. Qingling, where are you? Oh, say hello.
Hello, everybody. I'm Qingling.
So Qingling is an assistant professor at Renmin University, and we are excited to share with you our research on interactive investor platforms in China. So let me begin. So usually when we think about clear communication, we're thinking about an interactive activity in which both sides are exchanging something. So it's more of a dialogue. But most of the corporate disclosure settings that we study are unidirectional in the sense that we don't actually, we sort of just study sort of the supply side a lot more than we study the demand side. So we actually don't know a whole lot about day-to-day changes on the demand side of this dialogue. It's like teaching without actually allowing students to answer questions. And this has taken a sort of a higher sort of sense of concern because of recent work that looks at the amount of disclosure processing costs investors seem to incur. So between the disclosure becoming public and the actual trading that take place, Beth and her co-authors Ed and John and Christina, in a recent paper, sort of dissected these types of processing. So they have to become aware, they have to acquire that information, and they have to integrate it. And in a related survey paper, Beth and Ed and Yvonne noted that the existence of these significant disclosure processing costs means that disclosures are not public as traditionally defined. They're somewhat quasi-private. And they conclude that disclosure processing costs have implications for a wide array of research, but we really are just beginning to understand them. So with this as background, we're really pleased to introduce to you this China's grand experiment in interactive investor platforms, or investor interactive platforms. This is an experiment that started a while ago. In January of 2010, Shenzhen Stock Exchange started something called Hudongyi. Hudongyi means easy to interact. And a few years later, the Shanghai Stock Exchange started something called Yihudong, which is e-interactive. And you can actually go to this website, you can take a look at what they're doing. What they've actually done is invite investors to ask companies questions. And here, if you go to the website, what you'll see is that there's a very user-friendly search feature. You can search on company, you can search on topic, and over this site, importantly, it says English. So if you click on that, you actually get very bad English translations of what's in the Chinese. So, so it's actually quite a useful platform. So let me tell you a little bit about how this platform operates, or the rules of the road. So the stated goal by the exchanges is to establish a direct bridge of communication between investors and listed firms. And each participating firm has its own community on the platform. It's responsible to appoint a professional staff, a board secretary, to oversee the responses and to take legal responsibility for all its replies. The questionnaires' names are not published, but their identity can be digitally traced by the exchange. Investors can, in fact, sign up for real-time alerts and updates on a particular firm. We tried sending some questions. There seems to be very little filtering. And if you do it during a trading day, it shows up in a few minutes. If you do it over the weekend, it shows up typically at the beginning of the day, on Monday. Okay, so firm participation is quasi-mandatory. There's no specific sanctions leveled against companies that fail to respond. And we do see some that don't seem to spend much time on this stuff. And participation, though, is monitored, and it's more like a carrot rather than stick kind of thing, where companies that score well get honors and awards for various investor-friendly metrics. And the other important thing is these platforms are not supposed to be used for disseminating significant new information. It's explicitly forbidden on these exchanges. So the idea is you're supposed to amplify what's already public. So what makes these IIPs unique? They're related to a number of things we already know. One is that, but one thing that's different is that they are initiated, these postings are initiated by investors. So it's distinct from the other, even corporate tweets. They're really investor driven. It's retail focused. Most of these posters seem to come from very common people. It's possible that other people use it strategically, but there's good reason to think that most of them are really just people like us posting, well, maybe not just us, but it's retail focused. So unlike Q&A sessions after a corporate conference call, which is more of a sophisticated group, this is pretty retail. The third is that there is no new disclosure. So as distinct from other types of news releases from a company, there's not supposed to be anything new here. There's only supposed to explain or amplify existing disclosure. The fourth is that these things have the replies have an official status to them. So unlike chat rooms and internet blogs, the company is legally responsible for these answers, so adding some credibility. So for all these reasons, we think that these IIP activities are potentially important development in corporate communications that can provide new insights, especially to investors' information processing costs and challenges. So this thing started in 2020. If we build it, will they come? Well, it turns out that they came. Here is the adoption rate for the 2 stock exchanges. The gray bars are the total number of companies in the Shenzhen Stock Exchange. The blue bars are the total number of companies in the Shanghai Stock Exchange. The Shenzhen started in 2010, and in the first year, 76% of firms participated. By the third year, 99% were participating, and that continued going forward. The Shanghai started in 2013 and 90% participated. And by the end of our sample period, 98%. So by the end of our sample period, pretty much 99% of all the companies are actively participating in these platforms. What about the level of activity? There's quite a bit of activity on these platforms. At the beginning of the period, in the first year of adoption, the Shenzhen companies experienced a little over 10 questions per quarter. So this is on a per quarter basis. And the participation rate is 82% and took about 17 days to reply, that's calendar days. And on average, they had 65 words, these replies. By the end of our sample period, in fact, if you look at the average, things increased, crested around 2014-15 and went back down to about, on average, of 45 questions per firm quarter. So when you think about it, that's 60 trading days. So these things are very frequent, okay? And they're getting 93% response rates, on average 7 days before the reply. Now, what we've done is we've downloaded the full set of Q&As from this data set, and we are examining 3 questions in this paper. First one is, what did they ask? What's the nature and what's the content of these questions? And to do this, we trained a natural language processor in Chinese, thank you, Qingling, who is brilliant, and categorized these into 5 types or nature of posting and 19 content groupings. So 95 categories, if you will, or 5 by 19 matrix. And then we just want to understand what it is that people are asking. The second is, does it affect trading? So what is the investor response to IIP activities? You know, there's not supposed to be any new information here. This is all disclosure that's already been done already. So the question is, when there is higher activity on this platform, is there higher trading volume? Is there higher absolute returns? And of course, there are other types of news that are happening, like earnings announcements, EA, management earnings forecasts, corporate events, analysts' reports, and media coverage. So we control for all these 5 different most generally studied traditional events. And we ask ourselves, when there is higher activity on this platform, is there higher trading volume and higher market activities and like absolute returns? And finally, we want to ask, do these activities actually benefit firms? So are there any market consequences for the firm when these things are active? The idea is that this higher IIP activity lead to improvements, for example, in market liquidity or pricing efficiency for the company. So the idea is that if, to the extent that these things are effective in reducing investor information costs, does this lead to measurable benefits to the firm? So those are the 3. Here are key findings. First of all, they ask a lot of questions. 80% of the postings are actual questions. 17% are comments, suggestions for management, not really question. 3% are actually rumor related. So we found that of these types in the content, 22% are products and business related, and then 19% are about financial report issues, specific questions. Governance and other questions also show up. Does it affect trading? Yes, it turns out that on days when firms have higher IIP activities, they also experience greater trading volume, higher absolute returns, even controlling for all these other events. Does it benefit firms? So these events could actually be reflecting the fact that the activities are helping maybe investors make their trading decisions, but it could also be that they're just attention grabbing and people are just responding to sort of the attention. So we ask, does it really benefit the firm itself? So it turns out that when there is higher IIP activity, there is increased market liquidity, bid-ask spreads drop, and the price impact measure, the Amahud price impact measure, so per unit volume, the volatility drops as well. So lower price impact. And we also find at the quarterly level that prices become more informative. That is, the information content of price for future earnings increase for companies with higher IIPs. Okay, so very quickly, I just want to summarize these 3 main results for you. What did they ask? Well, to do this, we first trained a data set manually, and then we coded it manually, and then we trained our robot to follow it. And here we see that most of these postings are questions. They ask specifically for answers. There are also a lot of suggestions and venting, 17% of those. Some want to verify rumors. There are some who ask inappropriate questions, meaning they ask a question that would require additional disclosure, so the company should politely decline, and that happens as well. Okay, so here are the different topics. These are the 10 most frequent topics. You know, this is a really rich data set. So for example, there are 101 questions about insider trading. I mean, this is the 10th most important topic. So, or corporate governance, you know, what's on people's mind about corporate governance? You can study 223 questions on that. But importantly, the vast majority of these postings reflect problems that are encountered by investors while looking for or using information that's already public. So I think these postings provide a glimpse into the type of integration problems that Beth and Ed and Yvonne was examining. Let me give you some examples. Here's someone who asked a question. It says, the company recently received a compensation for its acquired firm failing to meet performance commitments. Can this compensation be recognized in net income? Well, like intermediate accounting, eh? But actually, this is something that bothers them. And so, yes, the answer is, yeah, this is how much we're gonna recognize in income this year. Well, here's another one. Excuse me, I'm too old to look through your huge volumes of announcements. Yeah, me too. So I just want to know this. So very politely, the company answers. Here's another one. Some media have accused your company of concealing a huge amount of debt that arose during your acquisition. Why didn't you disclose this? Well, actually, we did disclose it. Actually, we told you about it here and here and here. And in fact, we really think that at the bottom here, as a listed company, we are always open to media supervision. However, in the case of irresponsible or malicious reports, we will take legal action to protect our reputation. So these are just helpful. Some of them are hilarious. So here's one, missing person notice. I have lost one of the secretaries of the board. I think this person's pissed off because they asked a question, nobody answered. So he says, where did you go? And the answer was, oh, thank you very much, haha, 100 shares of the company if you are the one. This 非诚勿扰, sincere. So there's some levity, there's some suggestions. Here's another one. Overall markets have inexplicably risen so much and carried your stock with it. Maybe you should issue a declaration announcement that the overall market should not rise anymore. The answer is, do you really think that is necessary? Okay, so what we see is that there's relatively high level of, it's relatively unfiltered, relatively candid exchanges. And some of them, like these, are questions that are posted and not yet answered. So it only takes a few minutes of delay during the day to have your question posted. And once it's posted, it sits there until they answer it. So a lot of these are just suggestions, like, you should really pay your chairman at the growth rate of the company, or why did this company buy your competitor and not buy you? Stuff like this. Okay, so we asked a question. I don't have time to talk about it, but basically we got a long answer. It was a simple question. And some of this looks like marketing material, but they answered a question. Okay, so what did they ask? They asked a lot of things. Does it affect trading? So this is, and the first thing we did was to look at these activities and see how correlated they are to other things that we tend to study, like earnings announcements and so forth. First of all, so these are indicator variables. That assumes 1 when an event occurs on a given day, 0 otherwise. And you can see that these events are all positively correlated with each other. It's more often that during an earnings announcement, you get a corporate announcement or an analyst report release. That makes sense. What is striking is that these questions and answer replies have very little correlation with these other things. They're all positive, of course, but these things occur much more frequently than the other events. So the highest correlation is less than 4%. So yes, it's true that these number of questions per day or the length of the total words per day is positively correlated with these events. You can see that when we run a multivariate regression, every one of these things load. It's more likely people ask questions on those days. But it's also true that the adjusted R-square in these regressions are incredibly low, meaning there's a lot more variation on a day-to-day basis in the IIP activities and then can be explained by these traditional events. Okay, so the next thing is, as expected, what we looked at abnormal trading volume, and as expected, abnormal trading volume goes up. And so expected, abnormal volume is higher when there are events, but after controlling for the events, what you see is that people trade more when the amount of activity on an IIP is higher. You can measure it by number of questions, question length, reply number, and so forth. Okay, so it looks like people are reacting to these things. The t-stats are really quite large. That's partly because we have millions of observations. Okay, so, but we also see that after controlling for other news events, the higher IIP activities is associated with higher absolute return. So higher volatility, higher trading volume. So far, it looks like controlling for other events, people react to this stuff. Now that could be because they find it useful to see these activities. There's a source of information, they help resolve their problem and they trade more. Or it could be that they're just drawn to these things, like Barbara and Odine. They're just, all that glitters is now basically they're noise trading. So we try to disentangle these by looking at the effect on the company's price formation process. Okay. So does it affect market performance? There's a pretty big literature that says with information processing costs are non-trivial, if you improve your disclosure and communications and reduce these costs, then you're going to potentially see some benefits at the firm level. So our first set of tests say investors have a lot of integration related concerns. Our second set of tests say, but they're reacting to these IIP activities potentially because these things are helping them mitigate the concern. So our third set of tests directly evaluate the extent to which these activities are associated with measurable benefits to the firms themselves. And so what we find, first of all, is that when there is, so we look at bid-ask spreads, daily bid-ask spreads, we find daily bid-ask spreads decline when there is an increase in the activity of the firm's IIP. So we have time, day fixed effects and firm fixed effects. And what we see is that basically, even controlling for all the other disclosures, higher IIP, basically lower bid-ask spreads for higher IRPs. Okay, so potentially due to lowered information asymmetry risk. We see this also in this Amahud measure. So here, what we're measuring is the price impact per unit volume. So how much does price move per unit volume? We look at the interaction term between IIP and volume, and what we see is higher IIP activities reduces the price impact of a given volume of trade. So now these are daily results. So we also look at quarterly. One concern with daily is that maybe they're just noise trading or something. And so when we look at a quarterly level, the dependent variable is again spread or this price impact measure. And what we see is that when IIP is higher, there's greater market liquidity, a reduction in spread and reduction in price impact. Now, there could be endogeneity concerns. Maybe improved liquidity is causing the higher IIP. That seems unlikely because people are posting these things and we know why they're posting. They're not saying, hey, why did the trading volume go up or why did market liquidity go up? They're actually asking specific things. But in case that it's going the other way, we did this diff and diff, but using the actual staggered implementation of these things across the two exchanges, you could actually do a diff and diff. And if you use propensity score matching to control for firms, so the treatment firms are basically during the years 2011 and 2012, many Shenzhen firms are actively engaged on the platform, but none of the Shanghai firms are. So if you match on various attributes across these firms, you can test for differences in the drop or increase in market liquidity between the treatment and control firms. And what we find is that active Shenzhen firms experience a greater increase in market liquidity. What does active mean? In the upper half of the IIP activity measure. But the inactive Shenzhen firms, the lower half, experience no significant improvement relative to the control group. Okay, so there's theory to suggest that when liquidity improvements are significant enough, then possibly firms' prices become more informative. So we use a variation of this forward earnings response coefficient test to look at whether or not firms' prices become more informative when IIP is higher. And basically, the dependent variable here is the pre-earnings announcement returns, abnormal returns. And the independent variable of particular interest is the interaction term between IIP and the next quarter's SUE. And what we see is that there's a positive beta 1, indicating that when there's higher IIP, then there is a greater integration of SUE information in the pre-EA return. Pre-EA returns better reflect future SUEs. Okay, so we do one more test. Do investor information processing costs increase in the period immediately after an mandatory adoption of new accounting standards? So during this period, you've got a bunch of accounting standards coming out. The question is, do we see any change in the IIP activities? So the China Accounting Standards Board kindly allowed us to have a major revision in their accounting standards in July 2014. They revised 5 standards and adopted 3 new ones. And what we do is we use firm quarter observations and we estimate the following regression, where the dependent variable is financial statement related IIP activities in the 30 days after each earnings announcement. So are people asking more questions about financial statement issues after a mandatory accounting standard change? And the independent variable of particular interest is a quarterly indicator for the quarter in which all of these things are occurring. So these windows are varying according to the earnings announcement of the firm, but it's that quarter that we are interested in and controlling for all these other events and so forth. What we see is, in fact, there's a 13% increase in the total number of financial statement related questions in that quarter. And there's a 10% increase in the financial statement related replies. Now, to all of the active questions have gone up during that quarter, okay? But the proportion that is the shift towards financial, so the mix changed towards financial statement related topic. So the implication is that when there's a change in accounting standards, it could actually increase potentially investor integration costs, and IIPs seem to play a role in mitigating these costs because they're expressing their questions here. Okay, so what did I learn? When I step back and look at what I learned from this, I learned something about investors. That is, to me, the information processing costs are real. They seem to face a lot of questions and challenges when processing publicly available information. I learned something about these platforms. They matter to market participants. Even though there's no disclosure of really new information as we define it, traders are reacting to these things when they happen. And when there's more activity, there's more trading. And firms seem to benefit from them. When there's higher activities, there's higher market liquidity and improved price efficiency. And this evidence seems to suggest that these activities are effective in reducing the investors' information processing costs. So are we at the cusp of something really cool and exciting in corporate communications? I don't know, but I'm excited that they're doing this in China. Okay.
Thank you, Charles. And now we'll have Beth, who will discuss the paper. She'll have 20 to 25 minutes. Thanks a lot, Beth, and we look forward to your comments.
Okay. Well, thank you, JAE editors, for inviting me to present. And thank you, Charles and Xin-Lin, for giving me such a fun paper to read and think about. Let me dive right in. And I want to start back at the beginning. And I find that putting things in pictures always helps me keep the focus sharp. So in capital markets research, we have firms disclosing, we have investors responding, and we have markets moving. This basic flow of information and actions is one that a large stream of literature is focused on. Now, in this paper, they innovate by capturing a setting where investors aren't just listening and trading, they get to say things. And on these interactive investor platforms, investors can ask questions directly to firms, and the firms are going to respond directly. So this paper asks two key research questions. And the first is, what are investors really asking? So they do some classification of the questions, and their conclusion is that investors are saying, I don't really understand. Can you help me? Now, the second big research question they tackle is whether we see investor trading relating to these conversations. So they measure the number and the length of investor questions and of the manager responses. And they find more trading activity, volume and absolute returns, and more liquidity, lower spread and price impact. And they then ask whether this is about investor attention or actually better information. And after doing some analysis with the future earnings response coefficient, they conclude that at least some of it is information because there's greater price informativeness. So to give you a roadmap of what I'm going to do in the next 20 minutes, I'm going to start with some big picture innovation and insights and some literature background. And then I'll get into some specific comments and really 4 big comments. So first, for the innovation and insights, this was so much fun to think about. And there are 3 big ways that I think the paper really innovates and provides insights. And the first is this elusive investor that we get to observe. So we talk about investors all the time, but we don't often get to watch them. What kind of information they want, what they're struggling with, how their processing actually leads to trading. This is not quite a therapy session, but we're definitely getting into their heads. And I really appreciated the test of questions that came after those new accounting standards were released, because that's linking the behavior to a processing related change. Now, the second big innovation that I saw was this idea of corporations, of firms interacting with investors. We don't usually get to see this direct interaction. It is not controlled by the firm. Here, the platform is designed to reduce the cost of interaction and specifically to engage with financial information. So we have public questions that are unfiltered. We have public answers, everything focused on financial information, and we can associate these with market adjustments. Very cool. Then the third piece is this evidence of retail investor processing, specifically that's related to capital market adjustments. This is kind of a new area, and this relation is often difficult to capture. So if we think about these big innovations and adjustments, we turn back to the backdrop of the related literature. The two big ones that this is really playing in is corporate disclosure and the investor response to disclosure. And then within those, it speaks to information processing costs because these interactions really have the potential to reduce the costs. And then more broadly, these communications with investors. This really taps into the literature that focuses on different ways that companies are interacting with investors and how the features of these new ways, either one, let us observe something that we couldn't before, or two, change the way that that communication happens. And in this case, it seems like both of those things might be happening. And then the final literature here is that retail trading literature is gaining traction now as there are more ways for retail investors to interact. Now, underlying everything is this Chinese capital markets literature, and this is growing in importance as well, as I'm guessing we'll learn more about tomorrow with the review paper. Okay, so now that we have the backdrop, let's dive into a few specific comments. And the first of these that I want to talk about is really understanding investor processing. Not surprisingly, I think this is the most interesting part. But to get a better understanding of the setting, I like to go to the original data source when it's ever possible to help me understand the nuances. So in this case, I went to that EasyIR webpage, the Shenzhen platform. And I realized that I might have some problems gaining the necessary language skills in time to give this discussion. Luckily, auto translate came through for me, although as Charles mentioned, I can't vouch for the quality of all the translation. But here are 3 questions that showed up in the stream when I looked. And you can see the general features of the website here. One, you're going to see the company name, you're going to see the question, you're going to see the answer if it's been answered yet. And then you're going to see the user account of the person asking, which in this case, we also get some helpful life advice about waiting and patience. You're going to see the time of the post, some options to follow the company or to like, share, or favorite the Q&A. So you have a sense of kind of what this looks like. To start thinking about investor processing, the paper uses this framework of awareness, acquisition, and integration costs, which is helpful because we can speak a little more precisely about the nature of the questions and what investors are struggling with. So awareness cost speaks to the difficulty of becoming aware of a company or an event or a disclosure. Acquisition costs are the cost of actually getting the information, and then integration costs are the cost of understanding what to do with all the information. Now, this paper focuses more on integration costs as this primary difficulty. And this is consistent with some prior literature that highlights the extent of this problem. So in this example 6 that they have in the paper, they're asking how the company could be guaranteeing $2.16 billion for a subsidiary, but only have total debt of $2.29 billion. They're saying, could you explain, please? And in example 7, they came up with an effective tax rate that didn't really make sense. And they wanted to know, why is this so big? So these are completely plausible questions. I'm guessing we've actually heard in our classes, along with what the difference is between book and tax depreciation, or what the difference is between the allowance for bad debt and the provision for bad debt. They need help understanding because there are integration costs. I wonder, though, if they also need help getting the information. So if we look at acquisition costs, example 2 from the draft includes this phrase, I'm too old to look through your huge volumes of announcements. This is my absolute favorite. Well done finding this, Charles and Chinlin. I'm already looking for the opportunity to use this phrase somewhere in my life, and I'm open to any suggestions from you all. What's interesting about this is that it starts with a simple question about the number of orders for wind power, and specifically says the investor is struggling to acquire the information. Now, similarly, the next example, what is the current number of shareholders, is really focused on getting a piece of information that investors must find too costly to get themselves. So there's some evidence of the platform helping investors overcome acquisition costs as well. Now, for awareness costs, it's a little more difficult to see this at the individual post level, but I saw some potential for the platform reducing awareness costs with a different feature on the web page. Now, on the right-hand side of the Q&A, at least in the current version, I don't know if it would be during the sample period, but in the current version, there are windows showing the top 10 companies with the most questions asked in the last week and the top 10 question askers. And if I wasn't sure what to make of the top 10 list, this fire icon tells me I better make up my mind quickly before I miss out on buying digital China. Even more, this might be an indicator for high trading volume and returns in that company. So then it's not necessarily the interaction of the investors that's informing them, but it's the awareness that these are the companies to be following right now. This is effectively the IIP, the interactive version of a TikTok video that's flashing tickers across a waterfall picture. Overall, I could believe that integration cost really is the dominant important struggle for investors here. But I think that there's some more room to use the features of the post to separate the processing costs being addressed. And this would bring the second benefit of linking that IIP activity closer to the trading behavior. Now, I will definitely say that this is not easy. So I just have some ideas to step along the path. And one idea is to use the text. If this were in English, I would say what for acquisition or why, how for integration. Obviously, this needs to be adjusted for the Mandarin setting. Maybe using the firm being in the top 10 list as a proxy for overcoming awareness costs, if this is a feature that was actually there during the sample period. Another idea is to expand that new financial standards test to isolate the more complex aspects of it, or maybe to continue the test through to the market response. Then a final idea is to examine whether market effects are stronger when the posts are more informative in nature. Now, this study does this somewhat with the length of the posts, but two other possible sources of variation and informativeness that I saw some evidence of are boilerplate answers and repetitive questions. For example, perhaps we wouldn't expect the market response to boilerplate answers like these three, where they say, hello, thank you for your attention to the company, thank you, and this continues for 13 questions. Boilerplate answers are not always less informative though, like this example, where you have many investors asking about hydrogen, and they're providing a really informative answer that they're answering all the questions with. So that brings us to the point of, well, maybe there are repetitive questions. Some are just generally in the same area, but others are asking the same basic question again and again. In this case, what is the number of shareholders? Overall, the more that you can pull in the details of the Q&A, the more that we'll learn about investor processing and how tightly linked the market response is to that processing. Okay, so my second comment relates to the second half of the paper. It's really the main prediction that IIP activity is driving the market response. And the question is just whether there could be a concurrent event, like some exciting announcement that's driving your questions and answers, as well as the market activity. Now, the paper completely acknowledges this, and they control for events on the same day. And this really helps reduce some of the concern. Some remaining concerns might be, well, one, it's hard to capture all the events. What about social media posts? What about short seller reports? Two, there might be some unobservable differences within a given event type, certain media articles that are far more important. And then third, it is a question of whether the event conditions could drive the posts and the market activity beyond one day. Right now, the focus is on one day, perhaps it's more days. So this is really hard to solve. And what I want to say is there's definitely value in these results without knowing for certain what is driving the market response. But I can suggest a few things to help reduce concerns even more. And they would be use a slightly wider event window, or separating some IIP activity around events from the non-event activity so that you can examine them more closely as an additional test. It might be linking changes in the trading to IIP features like I just talked about. And in the FERC test, including events interacted with SUE in that price informativeness test in case the events are driving it. I think the difference in difference test is helpful, and it would help more to know also why the firms that are selected as those Shenzhen treatment firms had more engagement on the platform. I mean, more generally, just acknowledgement of this is a difficult problem and that you've layered in a few tests to give further support to this understanding of how IIP is related to market activity. All right, so for comment 3, I'm taking a step back now to look at the bigger picture. Now, we're looking at Chinese IIP. And some natural questions are, one, how important is this phenomenon for capital markets generally? 2, how relevant is this for other capital markets? And then 3, are the results generalizable to other investor interaction settings? And for the first part, there are several reasons that it is relevant. 1, China is an important market, as we'll talk more about tomorrow, I assume. And this platform sees 2.5 million questions, with 99% of firms engaged on it and nearly all the questions answered. This is a significant part of the Chinese capital markets. Now, the second is about investor interaction being important more broadly. If we just talk about the US market, we see investor interaction in things like social media, in conference call Q&A with sophisticated investors, in the annual meetings, on the web pages with Q&As. None of these are as crisp or interesting a form as China's IIP, but still investor interaction in general is an important part of the market. Now, the third is that online interaction specifically is really gaining traction in the US market. For an example, there are crowdsourced questions at conferences supported by vendors like Say Technologies or Slido.com, where all kinds of investors can post questions to the firm publicly. So if we look at Say Technologies specifically as an example, they facilitate calls for firms and they post archived collections of these questions online for some of the firms. Now, it's a pretty small sample of firms right now, but it's growing. It's 24 this year so far, and that was double what it was the past 2 years. So as an example of this, we can see Tesla's 2021 annual meeting a week ago had nearly 5,000 questions. And these questions were upvoted by thousands of participants, and some were answered by management during the call, with the excerpt posted online afterward with managers' answers. Overall, they had 19,000 participants. Now, it's only 0.2% of shares represented, but the shares are self-disclosed by the participant, so perhaps it's an underestimate. If we look at AMC's second quarter earnings call in August, there were also nearly 5,000 questions, and in this case, 70,000 participants and 14% of shares outstanding represented in the meeting. Now, we might lose some relevance when the topics turn to things like gorilla mascots and bringing portable bars into the theater, but it still shows investor engagement and companies that are willing to interact with investors this way. This is very fun, and I expect to see some interesting interactions and analysis, assuming this ramps up in a few years. Overall, investor interaction seems to be this present and growing part of capital markets that's important to investigate. Now, there are some reasons that the results might not generalize, and part of that is that China is a really unique capital market, in this case with trading that's dominated by retail investors, about 80% of trading versus 10% of trading here in the US by retail investors, and that the retail investors they have are a small portion of the wealthiest part of the population. There's more government involvement in general, from approving firms before they IPO to direct and indirect influences on the market in general. And there's been some history of greater volatility and inefficiency in the market. If we look at the platform, it has features like social media, but there's effectively a mandatory requirement to respond to all questions. And all these features are unlikely to exist in different settings. So my takeaway from this is that a conversation about unique aspects could be informative in this paper, and it might help future research think about how investor interaction might behave differently in another setting that they want to study. All right, so in comment 4, I want to step back even further to think about what directions the literature could go after this. And first is the classification of content. Now, the current paper classifies posts by the nature and the content. And for other papers in this specific setting, understanding how the incentives and the informativeness differs by that content could be interesting. More generally, though, as we have access to more algorithms and computing power, we're more able to tackle this content analysis for large samples. We've already seen papers that have started to do this, and I'd love to see the literature develop and deepen our content classification approaches so that we can come to some common answers. Now, a second direction I think would be interesting is to understand the motivation for investor engagement more. The current paper does an initial analysis of the determinants using the 5 event types. I think there's an opportunity in the literature to look at a broader set of information sources and to differentiate between information sources and engagement triggers that motivate investors to engage with firms. Essentially, look into what makes an investor finally post the question. There's also an opportunity then to look at the speed of investor response after events, or potentially the persistence of investor focus on a given topic, and whether that has a differential effect on capital market outcomes. Now, a third direction that would be interesting is to use this to study firms' disclosure choice. The current paper looks at the choice to post and the length of the post. So future work could use this structured setting to see what motivates the quality or the style of firms' response. And in fact, there's a current working paper by Wang Yu, Zhang, and Zhang that does a field experiment in the IIP where they promote managers, they prompt managers for information in different ways. And they observe which of those prompts are really leading managers to provide the information. So these kinds of analyses would contribute to the disclosure literature and the information processing cost literature, as managers are really responding to investors' lower processing costs. Some specific ideas might be studying managers who choose not to respond, like some of the conference call non-answers literature we've been seeing, or the speed of response, or how the informality of this setting can lead to less formal or even belligerent responses, as the authors say. So the final direction that I think would be useful to address is to look at some of the unique features of the Chinese setting. For example, that media is really not homogenous, especially in China with the commercial and the party papers, and exchanges are not homogenous, especially with the Shenzhen and the Shanghai exchanges that seem to have different kinds of firms, investors, and different kinds of online engagement. So these kinds of tests in the future would help us understand and generate knowledge about Chinese media and exchanges, but also perhaps broader conclusions about different types of media and investors. I mean, overall, the primary question of investor processing, online engagement with management, and this corresponding trading behavior is super interesting, despite being challenging. This is a unique setting where we can actually observe some of the processing and interaction. And I think this kind of investor engagement is only going to increase in relevance. So for this study, linking features of the posted questions and answers with market behavior can help us understand investor processing better and support the connection between investor engagement and the market response. And I think there are many opportunities for future research to explore. Thanks.
Thank you, Beth, for a great discussion and right on time, which is much appreciated. So I'll go to Q&A. So if you have a question, go ahead and raise your hand. Frank, you can get us started.
So it's a very interesting paper. So my question is, ex ante, do you expect any difference in results between questions and answers? You find that the results are very strong when questions are posted. If anything, it's stronger when companies reply to these questions. So I understand the information asymmetry declines when companies provide answers, but I'm curious why the results are so strong when questions are posted. Is it because these questions still educate other investors by providing answers, or simply attract attentions from other investors?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just, before I answer Frank's very good question, let me just thank Beth for some great suggestions, lots of exciting directions suggested by the discussants' comments. So Frank, we had the same kind of question. What does the market gain from somebody asking a question? Which does, it seems to suggest. We think that there are a number of ways in which sort of the market information environment may change because of the posting of a question. There's fairly extensive dissemination of these questions. You can get real-time alerts if you posted a question or if you're just following the company. And so I think that there's a couple of possibilities. One is that when somebody asks a question, you know what people don't know, or at least you know that somebody doesn't know something. When also it's possible that there are people who actually know answers to these questions, and they become aware that actually some people are not sure about this. That may lead them to take action, maybe even provide liquidity if the market is moving. So I think there's a set of dynamics that could be put into place simply because of these questions. They may be specific to the firm. Maybe people understand. Some people know the answer. Some people now know that other people don't know. So I think I think it's a really good question. It's certainly more puzzling than seeing an answer from the company resolving it, but it does seem like that the posting of the question, as you noted, also has that sort of positive effect on the price discovery mechanism.
Ed Dehaan.
Charles, great paper, super interesting. I want to extend your analogy of the students getting to ask questions. And that can be useful, but I think we all know how time-consuming it can be to respond to all of those student questions. And it can be a little bit frustrating when they can easily look these things up themselves. So where I'm going with this is the cost savings to these investors is essentially being transferred to the company. And I know a deep dive on costs is way beyond the scope of this paper, but do you have a sense from managers about how much time and energy they're putting into responding to these questions, especially maybe for the big companies that are probably getting lots of questions? And it might be worth commenting in the paper that even if there are some benefits that we observe on the market side, not being able to observe the cost, we can't really say much about the trade-off.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And we don't have a sense of how much time firms are investing, although we do get the feeling that actually when the questions ramp up, so does this response time. Actually, it's not like they actually, you see that there's a sort of people are responding slower. In fact, it looks like they're putting even more resources in. And I don't know what the right equilibrium is. And so it's a really good point. We have very modest aspirations here. We just want to document some potential benefits so that it might justify some non-zero cost, but we can't really talk about the actual exchange and optimality, I think.
Phil Stockin.
Charles, thanks for this work. I suppose it does have tremendous implications for the US market and the expansion of conference calls. If we are to expand it, there's this issue of credibility that I'm not sure has been fully addressed. A characteristic of an information processing cost lens is that it doesn't really speak to strategic settings. You know, it speaks well to decision theoretic settings where you have a sender that's sending information that's largely verifiable. But this is a game, as you pointed out in your opening remarks, where you've got a sender and a receiver interacting with each other and engaging in a conversation. And so off equilibrium beliefs become really important. And it's very difficult to attach costs to those. So I wonder to what extent you've considered the strategic reporting by firms. You know, they don't have to lie. They can just simply be vague in their responses or suppress the disclosure of bad news. And I do recognize in Table 8 that you do look to the informativeness of price for future earnings. But I wonder if you've looked at post-earnings announcement drift, particularly around the earnings announcement and where it's more or less pronounced as a function of these questions that have been asked.
Yeah, we can look at that. I don't know what the base rate is for post-earnings announcement drift in China. But I think certainly that's one additional area where we can look at. I think, gee, there was something else. So I do think that, oh, slipped my mind, never mind. So yeah, agree, we can do that.
Stephen Glazer.
As with everyone else, I thought it was a very interesting paper. I kind of have a follow-up on Frank's question about, you know, questions affecting information asymmetry more than answers. Your response was kind of that, well, people see those questions and they realize what other people don't know, and that affects trading and activity. But is that really an information processing story, or are they learning new information that they couldn't get anywhere in that case? And then also, I just had a small suggestion. It would be interesting to see when these platforms kind of expand, like in your difference in difference tests, do the firms change their disclosure choices? Because that could also get at information processing, right? Maybe I'm more willing to disclose because now I have the chance to walk people through those disclosures if they don't understand them. And that would just be taking like events and manager earning forecast and moving them to the left-hand side in your diff and diff.
Yeah. Okay, so that's a really good point. So that this I think the feedback loop of having sort of real effects on the behavior management, whether it's in terms of disclosure, in terms of other investment decisions, I agree would be really interesting. There are so many directions in which you can go on this data. And my first instinct actually was towards longer window types of analysis. I feel the short window has strong statistical power, allows you to lay down, you know, this happened and this happened at the same time. But it's a little harder to think about the economic magnitude of the benefit. So one of the things we did initially was annual analysis of the cost of capital changes. I know that it has its own challenges, but I think that, you know, some combination of these things maybe would help us, first of all, understand the magnitude of the benefit to these firms. And then second of all, I think it's definitely, you know, we've only in a very simple way controlled for other interactions with other disclosures. And there could be many more types of sort of feedback loops among disclosures, even among real decisions. It almost, it's a little overwhelming. We spent a lot of our effort grouping the content. And so we probably have spent less time actually thinking about how the content can be used in different settings. But I'm hoping that good research is not a piece of paper that answers all answers, but that it is one in which we are in a position to ask better questions in the future. And I'm hoping that this will be sufficient because it seemed like the boundaries for this type of research just can just keep expanding.
Christina?
Hi, Charles. One of the questions I had as I was reading the paper was generalizability. Like, should we expect that these sorts of capital market benefits outcomes could occur if we saw this being adopted in a different country, right, a different setting? And I was thinking more about that and seeing whether you could maybe even speak to that a little bit, just based on your knowledge of the Chinese setting versus maybe the US setting, but also even comparing the two stock exchanges that you look at in the paper. For example, I saw that the Shanghai Stock Exchange reply rate was consistently lower than the Shenzhen Stock Exchange reply rate. And I was wondering if we could maybe kind of learn something about these different benefits by comparing cross-sectionally there.
It's a great question. There are not enough observations, unfortunately, but the Shenzhen is much more innovative. They have many more of the higher tech firms. They have more firms. They have in the cross-section. They have a broader set of companies, more tech. And the Shanghai has almost all of the state-owned enterprises. They are slow. They don't really care. So there's definitely differences. Okay, we try to control for these, but we control them for as much as we can when we do the propensity score matching. But there's probably differences that we can't fully control for. In terms of generalizability to other fields, other countries, I'm pretty excited. But I do think something unique about this setting it might be important, which is the role of the platform sponsor. I know, like Beth mentioned, some companies are doing this during their conference calls. But I think that the role that the exchange or the maybe the SEC can do as a platform sponsor, I think it creates rules of the road. It can solve a coordination problem. It could help monitor anonymity. I mean, basically, you don't know who asked the question, but you know that it's a legit question. It could enforce ex post responsibility. So I think there are a lot of sort of simple things that a platform like this brings to the table. And I would love to see more of these because I think it's still sort of voluntary, but I think my intuition about whether it'd be helpful is I really think it would be helpful because frankly, most of the questions it may be a stupid question that so the decision maker starts with a decision context and the accountant starts with, footnotes and line items. But there's a huge distance in between. I don't have to tell you that. I mean, your paper is one of the best that points that out. So I think that sometimes it's not just a matter of improving the language. It is actually a matter of walking along someone who has a decision problem and pointing them to where it's at. And I think that the firms are better at it than some centralized entity. So I do think this is very promising. And I don't think it's just a Chinese thing.
Okay, Rich Frankel.
With regard to, how you doing, Charles? Very nice paper. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Just let me ask the question directly. Why aren't firms doing this voluntarily?
Yeah, so I think that,
They do this in the US if they want to? I think you're saying there's some kind of coordination cost, right?
I do think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I do think there's a coordination cost. I do think that establishing standards makes it easier, and having someone monitor the platform makes it easier for firms to participate. In other words, the filtering of the questions, so the questions are coming in. The platform sponsor knows who they are because they are registered, and you can trace their numbers and everything. But the company doesn't. And so I think these are all, and ex post accountability, I think traceability, accountability, all these things are valuable in terms of encouraging participation on both sides. But
so let me just, the spirit of my question is, there just seems to be a presumption that it's good to help somebody figure out what's going on with your company, or it's good to increase liquidity in these capital markets. It's good to reduce processing costs. But if these things were huge as far as governance goes or firm value goes. In a competitive capital market, competitive product markets, maybe would see these things adopted. So I think there's just that presumption is a little bit problematic for me.
Which presumption? The assumption that why people don't just do it, you mean?
Well, the presumption that it increases firm value to help somebody interpret your financial statements. Now, I realize you don't know how to put a stumbling block in front of a blind person. There might be some moral issues here, but from a firm value point of view, does this help governance? Does it help the investors better? That's what I don't really. You see, we assume reducing processing cost is beneficial, but is it? If it is, why don't firms do it?
So I think that's the reason why we wanted to link to some sort of effect on the firm's price formation process. And originally, my first thing was to jump to implied cost of capital. We find the same thing in implied cost of capital. It's just that the referee pointed out something important, which is that, these are annual observations. It's not nearly as much power. Why didn't you just go to daily? And so we then went to daily. And the results are so strong at the daily level, but they're all consistent with, to me, it's easier for me to read, for example, the drop in cost of capital, because that translates directly into pricing multiples. The pricing multiples increase. So, yeah.
Schumann Martin.
Yeah, so Charles, I think my question probably piggyback with Rich's question about, whether firms always know what they say and how to disseminate that information and who needs that information. I think your paper kind of speaks to that dimension about through these chats that firms kind of learn about who needs this information and, the communication, how to communicate with the investor base, right? This is particularly important for us to learn even in the US market, like a Robinhood investor base, right? Is increasing. So I think your paper kind of speaks to that. In the traditional classic economics, we always kind of take the assumption that firms know what they do, right? But firms may not know what is the best, and this is probably is a learning process. And from your temporal trend, we can see that it is a reflection of the learning process, right? You see the firms respond more timely over time, more questions get asked, so etc. These kind of evidence suggests that this is not a equilibrium. They're adjusting towards the equilibrium. But this is a kind of what I think that gets into whether this chat can give additional information to the investors or generate some information to the managers, how managers adjust their behavior in terms of dissemination of information or in terms of their real effects, right? They adjust based on the information revealed through the suggestions from the shareholders or from these whoever asked the questions. This is a kind of what I think it may be the place that deserve additional look. And
hey, Schumann, this is kind of getting long. Can Charles just answer? We still have 6 people.
Sorry.
Can you just answer whatever question you already had so far, and then we can move along?
Yeah, okay. So the question that I extract from that is that, so I agree, there may be lots of things that you set in motion, many things when you have this type of platform. I think what we're doing is a very modest first step, which is to show that the immediate impact is real. Okay, so the immediate impact on market, price discovery, quarterly, daily is real. Now, what else is happening and what's generating the quarterly results, maybe what's generating the annual results? I think those are the mechanisms that we don't really know much about at this point. The other thing is I think that the breadth of the content, the box that's open is huge. I mean, if you're just interested in insider trading, you want to know how often that happens, what kinds of things cause people problems and blah, 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 to me, or governance, or, to me, there's just so many things, so many directions to go.
Okay, great. Mark Lang, and if we can keep our questions a little bit shorter, that would be great so we can fit everybody in. Thanks.
Yeah, I'll try to keep my question short here. So you talk a lot about going to longer windows. I actually sort of would like to see going to shorter windows, I guess, in some sense, because it seems to me the concern here is largely an endogeneity, sort of what's making them post in the first place. And so I was a little surprised. I guess I like graphs, but I sort of would like to have seen when there's like a spike in these posts, sort of, is it really the case that what's happening to things like illiquidity is a jump that's happening just in that period? Or put another way, if your sort of falsification test was using the market outcome variable the day before, for example, the post, would you find kind of similar results? And I think it also comes up in cases in which the question and answer are separated over time. It seems like there would be room there to sort of try to understand the market dynamics going into it and then during the period in between, and focusing specifically. I know you split the questions from the answers at some point, but for a given sort of set of questions and answers, trying to understand more about the more specific timing of things.
Okay, so a couple of things, Mark. We didn't split the question and answers. They're just two different postings.
Yes, no, I realize that.
On average, a week and a half or two later. So yeah, and then in terms of shorter, longer windows, we're very happy to do a lag and see where the effect happens and so forth. So that's well taken. I think though, I don't know if it's shorter window you're looking at when you're sort of looking at the smearing effect. Are you thinking kind of like what Beth said, like longer window, like broader windows?
Well, I just mean more granularly around the specific spike in posting.
Yeah, okay.
So like day by day, because my guess is there are things that are persisting that are generating these things as opposed to the specific day of the posting.
Yeah, we have day, like one of the things I was concerned about was maybe they're just more posted on Mondays, and maybe Mondays have great effect on folks. But we have day by day fixed effects. So we're literally looking at every single day, controlling D-mean that day. Same thing with every firm.
But that's for across the whole exchange, right?
Yeah. So you're thinking like we add some sort of lag structure or something.
Yeah.
On some variables or, okay, we can do all that, no problem. Yeah.
Kathy?
I think my question falls in the category of you can do this other test, but it's not within your scope of your paper. But I'll ask it anyway because it's kind of a dark side question to this maybe. The unraveling models all assume that the investors know that the manager has information and just isn't saying it. But when they view this platform, they know whether the investor knows something or not now. So do you think this could lead to more withholding of bad news? And then you would expect to see maybe these disclosure waves of bad news, as in like Diane Sridhar, where firms know that investors haven't asked a question about something yet. So they withhold the news until they're forced to disclose it.
Yeah, so I think that's a good question. I don't know. I mean, the fact that we have a platform and the fact that something they know is not on the platform may be informative. I agree. It may be informative to managers. I also think that the fact that we know that some people have certain questions is probably informative to the populace as a whole, which is one reason why I think there is a daily reaction.
Dan Cohen?
Yeah, that's a very interesting paper. I became aware of the Shenzhen platform since I discussed the Kapana paper that uses the same platform. I think the paper was titled, "Do You Hear the People Saying the Voice of Individual Investors?" And I think that this relates to Rich Frankel's point. What they pretty much do, they see how this platform where the investors raise their concerns leads to the governance aspect. Like, are they going to change something? Like, they view themselves as additional gatekeepers in addition to institutional investors. And they show some evidence that after these exchange on the platform, there are some real enforcement. So that's the government's angle that I'm sure you can leverage on that. And one last point I want to make from reading that paper, what struck me was that 80% of the people who asked the questions are registered users. However, 50% of the posts are coming from anonymous people. And I think that's important because it leads to this discussion of the credibility and is there any cheap talk, is this shaming, or who really is asking the question? And this ties to the example that Beth showed, the Tesla example, which I think relates to the JAE app. I think you only as a registered user, an identified user, you can go ahead and participate in a conference call. So I think these are two small nuances I think that you maybe want to address. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan, can I just confirm? Yes, you say 80% of the, which are anonymous, sorry?
Yeah, yeah, I have the PowerPoint slide there. So the registered users were approximately 370,000. The anonymous users are 9,000, but the number of posts is 1.7 million for each group. So what it appears is that most of the posts, most of the questions comes from the anonymous folks. So I think that's an important thing that you need to tackle.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Frank?
Hi, Charles. So this is, I really like the paper. One question I'm wondering is whether it would be useful to provide the distribution of the number of questions posed on a daily basis. For example, what is the number of days in a quarter where investors post 0 questions? So my concern is that firm quarters for which very few questions are asked may have very low trading volume for other reasons. But I think in your setting, there is a relatively easy fix, which is to include firm by quarter fixed effects. So that would take advantage of being able to control for slow moving like firm economic fundamentals and other related information.
Thank you, Frank. Did you say include firm what fixed effects?
Firm by quarter, because the reporting frequency at least in the Shanghai Stock Exchange is quarterly. So then in your design you have firm fixed effect and day fixed effects, right? But that doesn't take care of firm by quarter information.
Sure. Is this for annual? You mean for annual or for quarterly analysis?
For the daily analysis. So then you're specifically looking at within firm quarter variation.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thank you.
Richard?
Hey, Charles, neat setting. Yeah, my question is sort of about teasing out the marginal impact of these platforms. And I'm thinking in particular, we know from the US that the stock message board literature, they show similar effects on stock price volatility and trading volume and things like that. And then also, if you talk to any IR staff member in the US, they field lots of questions, sort of like the ones you see on the message boards there. But individually, they don't get posted in public, but they receive and answer those questions, and presumably that aids price formation. So I'm just wondering how you can sort of like tease out how, putting this in a public setting adds over and above, what we'd get from the questions being answered in private, plus the stock message boards having those types of discussions in public.
So yeah, maybe I'd need to know a little more about these message boards. Are these sponsored by firms?
No, just like the Yahoo Finance, that there's the Franken.
Oh yeah, so I do think that's different. I think that the official nature and the legal responsibility of the response in public does change the dynamics of what's exchanged. I think it also changes everything's archived and you're legally responsible for it, and it is coming from the board secretary.
Yeah, I know it's different. I'm just wondering how you tease out the incremental impact of those differences.
Well, I don't know that there's any evidence that, for example, message board things lead to improvements in firm liquidity or pricing efficiency. I do think that there is a potential increase in volume, but when you have an increase in volume as well as an increase in intraday vol, it's hard to know what happened to market liquidity, which is kind of the ratio. And I do think that improvements in liquidity does suggest that, at least in the interpretation that we normally apply to it, that there's a decrease in information asymmetry. There's potentially an improvement in sort of the risks that's perceived by the supply side of liquidity.
Okay, well, I think that wraps it up. Thanks a lot to Charles for a great presentation and to Chin-Ling for managing a very active chat, and also to Beth for her excellent discussion. So we'll take a break now for lunch or maybe brunch on the West Coast, and we will come back at 1:35 East Coast time and get started with the next session. Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Dan, do you want to go ahead and share your screen?
It says I can't share while the other participant is sharing. There we go. Is that good? You see that, John? Yeah.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. Now we're going to start the third session, which is the evolution of empirical methods. Dan Taylor will present for 20 minutes. Christian Leutz will then discuss for 15 minutes. Tony Whitehead will discuss for 15 minutes, and then we'll have open questions. Welcome, Dan.
All right. Good to see everyone. Sorry, it has to be virtual, but a sign of the times, I guess. A couple of things to kick us off for this interesting session or virtual panel, as it might be. I want to say thanks, obviously, to the JAE editors for putting out an open call for surveys, giving us a chance to write this paper, present it at the conference, obviously, and to Tony and Christian for their willingness to discuss and for their comments. As you've seen from the paper, hopefully it's a bit different than we might normally see for a survey. So a couple of caveats or sort of set the tone. We're not trying to sell you something or we're not proselytizing. This is kind of a paper where the four of us are really articulating things as we see it in the literature based on our read of the literature. But clearly there's a multitude of different perspectives. You know, Christian and Tony are going to get the opportunity to provide their perspectives. I'm sure everybody else has a unique perspective. And that's what we want. The one reason why we wrote this paper was to start a dialogue and to start a discussion and to start other people articulating their own perspectives so that we could get a liquid market for ideas. Now, given the nature of the paper and the topic, and the fact that Christian and Tony have been invited to discuss, we're looking forward to their perspective, but they may also have perspectives on your questions. So given that Christian and Tony may offer a different perspective than us or may shade our perspective through a different lens, you know, I would ask that you hold your questions for the group until the 40-minute group Q&A. So that way Christian and Tony have the opportunity to weigh in on your questions. Otherwise, it's going to be a boring 40-minute Q&A. That said, If it's a clarifying question, like, is it true that the paper caused Dan to lose his hair? Then Armstrong or one of my co-authors will answer that question.
I'm sorry, Dan, this is just the same as all the sessions. Please put your questions in the chat as you think of them. I thought we were.
All right, let's get started then. All right, so difficult paper to write, required fairly intense introspection. Silver lining of COVID, you're in quarantine, you have opportunity to do some introspection. There's a guy wearing a Viking helmet in the Capitol, people dying in the streets might lead you to actually ask the question, what are you doing and why are you doing it? And this paper was kind of our attempt to at least answer that question for us. There's a lot to get through at a high level. I've got 20 minutes. And frankly, it's going to be more challenging to present a 110-page paper in 20 minutes than it is to actually write a 110-page paper. So I'm going to go over things very fast, and it's basically going to be a presentation of the intro plus. I'm not going to be able to get into any detail in any one of the particular sections. I should also say we're carving out a significant chunk of the literature. We're not addressing non-causal questions. I think those are important. Maybe give some thoughts on that at the end. And then finally, the other caveat is that the paper reflects all of our views, but obviously I prepared the slides. So if you think something is ridiculous in the slide deck, it's my bad. All right, objectives. First, what methods are accounting researchers using for causal inference? We can answer that question clearly, right? That's fact-based. What are the major assumptions of these methods? Also fact-based, not really subjective. First two questions, relatively straightforward. Next questions are more challenging and potentially more subjective. What are the practical implementation challenges we have to be conscious of when drawing causal inference? And how do we think about whether and when quasi-experimental and non-experimental methods are well suiting for causal inference? Now in the paper, we're going to just define quasi-experimental method as IV, difference in difference, or RDD, when we talk about why we do that in the paper. But just for the sake of the presentation, when we say quasi-experimental, think about an econometric method that exploits as-if random variation. All right, why are we writing this, or why did we want to write this? Well, I've been at the Deloitte Doctoral Consortium for 3 years in a row. And in each of those 3 years, the same set of questions comes up. And the answer to these questions is not in an econometrics textbook, although they are inherently methodological in nature. Do I have to draw causal inferences to make a contribution? What if the evidence doesn't support a causal inference? Do I need a shock? Should I motivate the paper as being about a setting or about a theory? Does that affect how I do my research design? Do I need theory if I've got a well-identified research design? Does it matter if the regulation doesn't provide as-if random variation? And if I have two pieces of evidence, one from a quasi-experiment and one that's not experimental in nature, like a pooled OLS regression with controls, which one do I believe? What's like the pecking order? And I think everyone, including some of you who have been with me at the doctoral consortium, sort of struggle with the answers. And we are not, I want to be clear, we are not providing the answers to these questions in this paper. This paper is going to try and provide a framework and a set of trade-offs that each of you as researchers could use to weigh and to judge these answers for your particular research question in your particular setting. So if anything, we want the survey to foster thought and to create questions rather than to actually answer them. All right, let's get started. So I'm going to fly through the initial part, section 2.1, the survey of empirical papers. I don't think it's controversial to say that papers that are using these quasi-experimental methods, seeking to draw causal inferences, are sort of taking off in the accounting literature. They're equally represented among the top highly cited papers and among the non-top highly cited papers. And most of these papers, 78% use difference in difference designs. And I should also say that this trend is across all of the journals in our field. Within that, most of the, perhaps not surprisingly, most of the papers look at regulatory changes. and within regulatory changes, look at accounting standards and disclosure standards. So I know I'm cruising through these things pretty fast, but hopefully what I'm saying right now isn't that controversial. All right, so what's our commentary? What's sort of the takeaway from the survey? Well, one of the takeaways from the survey is this notion that we need to apply this Bayesian learning framework, right? So if there's no evidence on a particular theory, the readers got diffuse priors, updates heavily when presented with any amount of evidence. But if you're thinking about like proprietary costs or political costs, and you've got 4 decades of evidence on it, then you probably need really compelling evidence. And that's kind of where the literature has been gravitating. And that's what our survey leads us to believe, is that the literature is gravitating in that direction, where papers are, on average, are now couching their contribution more in terms of the setting than on the novelty of the underlying theory. And we give some examples in the survey paper. But the point here, the big takeaway from this commentary is this chart, that not all papers need to rise to the same evidentiary standard. The evidentiary standard that we hold papers to varies depending naturally on the novelty of the theory being tested, at least in a Bayesian framework. All right. That's our sort of brief descriptive survey. Let's talk about section 3. We're going to cruise through this. Hopefully everybody's on the same page. OLS allows for causal inferences. You can draw causal inferences using OLS if the assumptions are satisfied. That's not an AKST quote, right? It is also the case that most of the concerns about endogeneity, simultaneity, reverse causality can all econometrically and statistically be reframed as various forms of omitted variables. Okay, also not our idea. So the question that we are charged with then as empirical researchers is, what are the omitted variables and how do we rule them out? So we cover 3 ways that accounting researchers have used to rule out these omitted variables. Specific identification. So you use some theory to develop a falsifiable alternative, like, oh, I'm worried about governance as an omitted variable. Great, I'll include a staggered board or board independence specifically in the regression. Fixed effects. So you might be concerned that maybe that you can't have a precise measure of governance. So you might include like a firm fixed effect to suck up all across firm variation without necessarily specifying the precise variable that's omitted. And then cross-sectional interactions, subsample analyses, where you've got 2 subsamples, one has the omitted variable problem, both have the omitted variable problem. One, you have a greater effect of interest and you do a difference across the subsamples. That cross-sectional interaction design is estimated, and we talk about in the paper, in sort of pooled data across time and across firms or units of observation. So that leads us to naturally the DID design, which is a specific implementation of that cross-sectional interaction. Because again, we've got 2 distinct subsamples. One can think of this as the pre and the post. And you're estimating the effect of treatment in the pre, treatment in the post, and then drawing inferences on the difference in treatment across those two samples, right? And we talk about 3 different flavors of difference and difference that have been used in the literature. Now, there's additional flavors that are coming out now that haven't made their way into the literature, but hopefully in the future will, and we don't really talk about those. Okay, so we've got our methods that people use. Then we spend some time talking about the importance of theory for causal inference and why theory is absolutely critical and in fact necessary. This is where things get kind of philosophy of science. Insofar as it's our theory that grants correlations meaning. Okay, you can't interpret the correlation in the absence of a theory, and that's what allows us to separate purely spurious correlations that occur in the data versus some causal inferences that we might have derived either from our economic intuition, which we call theory, or from a formal analytical model. So when we use the term theory, we're thinking of theory broadly speaking, not necessarily a math model. So I've got some examples of spurious correlations. Maybe you've seen this in Tyler Vegan's book, Drowning Deaths, and a number of films with Nick Cage in it, all kinds of weird stuff that's out there. If you have mountains of data, you can find mountains of weird correlations. Why are these weird? Well, they're weird because we're going to argue you don't actually have theory for them, not because they're simple bivariate correlations. So what grants correlations meaning is the theory, not the rigor of the econometric method. So what we've done is we've extended that analysis into staggered adoption designs for various shocks that we found out in the literature, or regulations, smoking laws, state gun laws, and basically estimated standard staggered adoption designs. And you know, we find an effect, at least for voluntary disclosure using number of management forecasts during the year. And you know, occasionally find parallel trends as well. So the point here is that with sufficient researcher degrees of freedom, you can find lots of results, especially when you have lots of different measures to choose from and lots of different regression specifications. So it's theory that is necessary to shrink the set of regression designs, the set of measures, the set of hypotheses, so that we can zero in on particularly meaningful correlations. All right, and you know, corollary here is that more precise theory allows for, you know, more precise identification and more precise empirical tests. Talk about generalizability and how you might take up different approaches to overcoming issues with generalizability. Talk about some implementation challenges. Draw this distinction between exogenous and as if random, right? So exogenous means external cause or origin, as if random means random distribution and quantity of interest. Right, so there could be a regulation that comes in and it may be exogenous, or you could argue that it's exogenous. You know, I've done that in my papers. But the question is whether that regulation actually provides random distribution and the quantity of interest. Right, so we talk about a couple of examples in the paper. NASDAQ's new gender diversity rule. Right, so the gender diversity rule says, simplifying, you need two minorities on your board. All right, and you know, that only treats those that weren't previously gender diverse. So here you've got sort of selection in terms of who the rule is affecting. We do some simulations to illustrate how that selection manifests in the data, and then talk about how, look, this is only problematic insofar as you're going to use the gender diversity rule as an instrument for gender diversity. We can study the effect of the gender diversity rule, and that's different from studying the effect of gender diversity. Okay, there's a subtle distinction there between studying the effect of the regulation and then studying the gender diversity itself. You know, common tests for parallel trends. You know, I'm not going to dwell on this given the time. It's not testable. Okay, the other thing I want to point out is the parallel trends test is not about the pre-period. The parallel trends is about the post-period. Okay, it's about that the trends are parallel in the post-period. And we use trends parallel in the pre-period, and we think that that would get us, if they're parallel in the pre-period, maybe we think they'll be parallel in the post-period. But I have seen in my role as editors and reviewer and authors, I've seen a lot of tea leaf reading here in terms of, you know, how people interpret graphical plots. So they're not a panacea, neither necessary nor sufficient. Talk about fixed effects, talk about the benefits, talk about the costs. You know, I think they're potentially great for ruling out omitted variables. There are costs that we think aren't quite fully appreciated in the literature. In the appendix, we go through and basically show that if your correlated omitted variable varies within firm, not across firms, within firm, and you include a firm fixed effect, you're exacerbating the omitted variable bias. So it's not just the traditional throw the baby out with the bathwater argument that we're removing power and removing variation. You may be actually you know, inducing bias. And then finally, potential multicollinearity. And this was a new point for me and for Chris. And so we illustrate this point with one of our papers in Accounting Review. And in the paper, we regressed investment on tax rate. And, you know, I think our experience was representative, I think, of the review process. Review comes back and says, you know what, that's nice idea, but really worried about your design. Please include year, industry year, state, firm, and manager fixed effects, and show me that the tax rate, state marginal tax rate, is incremental. So sure, we did it. Fortunately, we got results. But now what if I told you that after I included all of those fixed effects, it removed 99.2% of the variation in state tax rates? Shouldn't be that surprising, right? It's state tax rates after all. So we've left a very narrow amount of variation. Maybe that's the good variation. Maybe that's the as if random variation. Could be. But what we're going to say in the paper is we should be reporting those results, the variance inflation factor and the percentage of the independent variable that gets absorbed. So diagnostics and transparency, that's the solution. Diagnostics and transparency. All right, section 5, methods that I should use for causal inference. All right, what method should I use for causal inference? Well, you know, the scientific process is a good starting point. It doesn't specify the method. So you don't need a quasi-experiment to address a causal question. This is the inference. I don't want future PhD students and future junior faculty to say, I'm not going to address that causal question because I don't have a quasi-experiment. We go through examples in the literature. Healy, nice paper by Assay et al. I think Jeff Hoops is in the audience. So explore the causal question, even if random assignment isn't available. Just be transparent and provide important caveats. Talked about how the two methods aren't mutually exclusive. You know, Christian and I were exchanging emails before this notion of either you can choose vanilla ice cream or chocolate ice cream, and you have to choose one. But I personally like the swirl, and there's no problem with a swirl. There's not a well-defined pecking order in terms of which methods are sort of more robust or more credible. When we go through an example of the danger of suggesting that there is a methodological pecking order, using an example from the audit literature, showing that you actually need both types of papers or both types of methods to be able to provide full information. Because when you're in an exogenous as if random state, you're not going to be able to pick up, at least in our example, any ability to signal private information, because that's a choice. All right, final thoughts, and then I'll wrap up. Got like 1 minute left. Solution to many issues that we identify as transparency. But is the publication and promotion process ready for that? And there's been a lot of papers that suggest the answer is no. So I think when reading this paper, I want you to think about the world as it is and the world as perhaps we would like it to be, and why those two aren't the same. Replication. We're not talking about replication of the paper. We probably should be talking about replication. Kudos to the JAR editors for their registered reports and the emphasis on replication. And the coding library, turns out we're not as good coders as we think we might be. Don't merge CRISP and CompuStat on QSIP. So philosophical question, pose this to everyone in the room. If I went through and I found some coding errors in some papers using the JAR code repository and I replicated them, the results either didn't go away or did go away. Could I get that paper published? I'm not sure the answer to that question. Finally, in light of the most recent Nobel Prize, diversity of thought and of method. I don't think we want everybody to be doing the same thing. And Card, Angerson, and Imbens are great guys and they deserve the Nobel Prize. But that does not mean that all of us should be Card, Angerson, and Imbens. There are more questions in the accounting literature than just causal questions. I mean, maybe we could talk more about that in Q&A. And accounting is more than just poor man's economics. There's a lot of stuff in accounting that is unaddressed in our neighboring fields of finance and econ. Thanks for the presentation and giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Dan. Christian, 15 minutes.
Okay, Dan, if you take yours down, okay. Can you guys see mine? Yep, good. Okay, so let me just get this up here. Okay, so first let me thank the JAE editors for giving me the opportunity to discuss this paper, and in particular for inviting me to this important discussion and topic. So let me jump right in. The paper makes many well-taken and important points about empirical methods and provides some useful descriptive stats on sort of the development of methods in the field. And I think the method lens that the paper brings to the table is sort of a welcome addition. Surely I have some smaller squibbles here and there. You know, there's some, the paper draws some stronger contrasts or distinctions that I would probably do, but big picture, I agree with most of the points and think that the paper will be very useful to the PhD students in accounting. And I think we're going to kick off an important discussion at the JAE conference today. Now, given that the authors are largely sort of pushing for what I perceive as good research practices, I see my role more as amplifying the important messages of this paper and maybe recasting their points from different angles. I have kind of 4 main points that I will touch on, and they will sort of become clearer as we go along. So let's start with something that I think we all agree with, which is that the scientific process starts with an idea, and then sometimes that leads to a theory, and other times it leads to some empirical analysis. And the two have a symbiotic relationship. And one of the points that the authors make, and I very much agree with, is descriptive evidence can be very useful and it can lead to the development of new theories, right? At other times, we want to test the theories. And as we all know, to test theories, we learn through falsification and rejection. And because the theories are causal, we need tight designs, because the whole point is to hold as many things constant as we can so that we can get to the theory and can see whether the theory holds up to the data. The point being here that all of these elements are important and they contribute to the scientific progress and process. There's also a time dimension to the process, and the authors mentioned that as well. It starts with an idea, then there's some growth in the literature matures, and then eventually we will settle it. And I think one way to illustrate this, and the authors also use the proprietary cost theory, right? You could say this started with Verrecchia in accounting in '83. Then Mary Harris has a paper that approaches this with sort of a more traditional cross-sectional design. Then Phil and Rebecca exploit the change in the segment reporting rules. And then eventually we have Lee, Lin, and Zhang, and obviously there's more papers than that, but so sort of just showing the progression of methods here, that the tighter designs come later in the cycle, and the Lee, Lin, and Zhang paper makes sort of explicit sort of causal claims in the paper. Now, given that the tighter designs come later, it's not surprising that these papers have sort of less impact as measured by citations, and not the least because they cite all the papers that became before them. But that doesn't mean that these papers aren't important, that we don't learn a lot from these papers, because tightening our priors and settling these matters is important. So fundamentally, what we're talking about, I think today in this session, is about the approach to identification. And here I would define identification as ruling out alternative explanations. And we can do this in sort of many different ways. We can use randomization, RCTs, and a number of the other buzzwords, natural experiments, quasi-experimental settings, regulatory change, and so on. What I think is well understood is that we rarely have as-if variation. And what's important is, or what follows from that, is that we need to do additional work. But we need that's why we say we need an entire identification strategy. And so one point that I want to make here that I think is very important, and it's something that Peter and I stressed in our survey paper on regulation, is that the institutional setting is really a critical part of the research design. And it's a key tool that we as accountants have. I think it's very critical to accountants because we're often experts when it comes to institutional settings, legal rules, standards, and so on. And those legal changes, the setting and so on, that is what affords the identification, right? We often use the setting essentially as an instrument to give us some variation from which we can learn. Importantly, the institutional knowledge also often allows us to rule out alternatives. Right? There might be an alternative story and we can say it's implausible in this setting, given what we know about the setting. The institutional setting itself can also pose challenges, right? So that's why we need to really understand it well. Sometimes there's bundled concurrent events. And the setting in itself can also limit the generalization or generalizability. And so one of the things that Peter and I said is that some of the best identified papers might actually be in the end case studies because they're very specific to their setting. Now, the broader point here, this approach to ruling out alternatives, explanations or alternatives and to identification is what Card called the design-based approach. And I like this term better than sort of quasi-experimental and some of the other terms that are being used because it's broader. It highlights to me that it's not just about the shock, right? We need a design to rule out alternatives. And that critically starts with the notion of thinking about counterfactuals. And this is one of the things that, this week's Nobel Prize winners, I think we're bringing very strongly to the field. This is also where it connects with the discussion in, AKST in terms of different diff and the pre-trends. Fixed effects is another important tool here. My take on the fixed effects is a bit different than I think it comes across in the paper in the following sense. In my mind, it's not so much about how much variation the fixed effects absorb. It's okay to throw out a lot of variation when you can't interpret it anyway, right? If it is, confounded. The point here is that we need to hone in on the variation that we can interpret or that tells us something about the theory or the idea that we're wanting to test. And for that, again, and that connects with both my prior slide as well as what they're saying about theory, for that we need theory and we need the institutional knowledge to figure out what are the key threats, right? But again, it also doesn't stop with the fixed effects. There's a lot more we can do. There's mechanism tests, placebo, falsification, triangulation. And I would argue that ultimately the really good papers, that use this design-based approach it's more art than it is a science. A second and smaller point here, real quick, is that AKST a lot talk about rising interest in causal inferences. I would view this more as an evolution of the methods. It's the credibility revolution. And I think there's a similar life cycle to and maturing of the field as a whole. The important question that the authors raise, and I think they rightfully raise this, is the question, is there a distortion from this evolution of the methods or this emphasis on the methods, right? You could ask whether that leads to a crowding out of some of the descriptive analyses. Are we still allowed to start with a fairly descriptive set of evidence? And as Enquist and Pischke themselves acknowledge, there could be a tendency that researchers seek good answers as opposed to good questions, right? It's this cute studies versus big picture or big question studies, or sometimes people call this the Heckman versus Levitt. I totally see these concerns, and I think they're warranted and something we should discuss. But I also think there's a flip side, and hence there's a trade-off, which brings me to my second sort of bigger point, which is the authors emphasize this Bayesian idea and that there's a lot of uncertainty about the data generation process. And I think that's absolutely right. But we also need to understand that we're uncertain about the theory, right? So there's two parts that we're uncertain about: the model and the data. And so in accounting, I think we often start with priors that are based and informed by some basic economic intuition or some partial equilibrium analysis. And one thing that you should note first off is that when you have relatively strong priors and you have relatively a weak design, then almost by definition, you can't learn a whole lot and you won't update your prior all that much. But I think there's a bit more than that, and there's a potential danger. So let's just say there is some broad-based sample evidence that confirms the conventional wisdom. But let's say that is because it's sort of, not so well identified, it's full of endogeneity. The first thing is to note the certain circularity, because the data likely has also shaped our priors in the first place. Now imagine a careful design-based study comes along and it goes against the conventional wisdom, right? Now we have to be careful that we're not rejecting data with theory based or with our priors. And so the point that I'm making here, I think it's okay to let less convincing or maybe designs and descriptive papers into the literature, if we're willing to then also update and later allow work that challenges the conventional wisdom into the literature as well. That's how we learn. And it's important because the conventional wisdom can often be wrong. As this week's a Nobel Prize has sort of made clear, and I think we've all read about, say, the Mariel boat lift or the New Jersey minimum wage. are good examples for where the conventional wisdom or the model didn't turn out to be quite right. And so again, I think the promise of the tight design-based studies is that they challenge the conventional wisdom, they allow us to learn, and they do so precisely because they rule out the alternatives. And note that by going to a specific setting, we're bringing new information to the table. That is how we learn. And so I would argue that sometimes the uniqueness of the setting is a strength that, that then allows us to update. So this connects with my last point, where you could say in response to what I just said, like, look, Christian, we all understand this, and we're doing lots of studies. We're building a literature. And the authors kind of invoke this notion of mounting evidence in a few places, right? And I put some quotes up here that you can read. And I want to push back a little bit on this mounting evidence argument with two examples that kind of illustrate that there's some perils associated with that. And the first one, some of you might have already heard me make before, so I apologize, but I think it fits really well. And this is the famous J-curve for alcohol and health outcomes. And the basic point of that J-curve is that the moderate drinkers have lower mortality and lower health risks than either the abstainers and then, obviously the heavy drinkers. So there's some potential health benefits from moderate alcohol consumption. And there's about 2,600 studies out there. There's several meta studies. And in this case, we got really close to a public health recommendation for moderate drinking. But then more recent studies question that curve. And what do they point to? They point to things that we are well aware of as social scientists, which is, there's selection for abstainers. They often have health reasons why they don't drink. And then the moderate drinkers is a very specific or peculiar group. They do a lot of things right. They exercise, they have healthy lifestyles and so on. And once you start correcting for that, that curve, unfortunately for all the wine drinkers among us, turns out to be fairly linear, right? Now, the problem is that here, aggregating over these 2,600 studies isn't going to help because they all suffer from the same problem, which is that you can't get people randomly drunk without noticing that, but without noticing it, right? Except for the ethical, or not except in addition to the ethical issues that you might have with that. The same problem applies to the hundreds of IFRS studies that we have, right? These studies all face the same challenges. There's correlated timing. Most of the countries that adopted were in the EU, and then there was a series of concurrent events, in particular in the EU. So as I sort of discussed in a prior paper, aggregating studies, like they do, for instance, in medicine, can be useful when they have fairly orthogonal research design challenges, or when the studies already provide some causal estimates, right? So they're RCTs. But piling up doesn't work for weakly identified studies, and it can be problematic. And to illustrate where this could be problematic is once we think about policymaking, right? So causal inferences are critical for policy. This is what the first example, I think, so nicely highlights. You wouldn't want to go around telling people it's okay to have 2 glasses of wine a night when you're not so sure that that really helps their health. The same concern applies to accounting. Accounting is very close, especially financial accounting, to regulation. And as Watson Zimmerman pointed out in their Market for Excuses, which was for theories, the same concern about cherry picking applies to the empirical studies. So with that, let me conclude. I think there's lots of agreement. It's a very important debate. And as I was trying to highlight, there's many trade-offs. I've also highlighted that there's sort of a context that we need to think about, or how these studies are being used. And so if we think about some of the, if you want to call them sort of earlier pre-credibility revolution type of studies, they often still implied that we're learning something about the causal link. Like in the paper, the authors mentioned the Healy paper and say it's very careful in terms of how it couches the results. But nevertheless, I think people think we're going to learn something about a causal link. And the essence of Lemur's 83 critique is basically that we need to be very careful about this over-interpretation. And today, I think these studies would be labeled as descriptive. And I think that's a good thing. But the final thing I want to point out here is that this concern about over-interpretation applies not just to the policymakers, also applies to us. One of the things I see very often as an editor is that reviewers apply sort of differential bars when it comes to causality for the reviewed paper versus prior papers. They sometimes refer to how prior work has already shown this, but the prior work might actually be, by today's standards, fairly descriptive work, and then sort of say, therefore, the paper under review doesn't have much of a contribution. And the same issue arises, and Dan has made that point, so I'm just going to skip over it here for the generalization. Like, how easy would it be to study it or publish another study in a different setting that asks essentially the same question? But if we don't do that, I think we're going to struggle to also develop a deep literature, which is what we would need for more evidence-based policymaking. And so I'm not going to make that last point. This is one that I'll bring to the Q&A since I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. Tony Whitehead.
Okay. Great. So I can share my screen. And there we go. And do you all see my slides? Yep. Good. Okay, let's do this. Thank you for inviting me. It's fun to talk to a very different audience. Usually when I talk to a conference, I recognize all the faces, and now I only recognize some. So this is fun. Thank you so much. It made me think a lot about stuff again, which is never a bad thing. I want to give a little bit of a big picture view to this whole causality revolution. I have the possibly ignominious connection to the Nobel Prize that I was the TA for econometrics when Josh Angrist was taking it. So I've graded his problem sets. In any case, it was interesting. So on some level, it's no surprise that causal inference in economics started in labor, health, and education. It was around in psychology for years because they did experiments, but it really only migrated in the 80s. And so there was this very famous paper by Lalonde, and he did a field experiment, and he checked to see whether the existing methods worked, and they didn't. So he said, this study shows that many of the econometric procedures and comparison groups used to evaluate employment and training programs would not have yielded accurate or precise estimates of the impact of the National Supported Work Program. That got people thinking. And then there's Josh Angrist's dissertation. He looks at actual random assignment in the Vietnam War era draft lottery. And he looked at that on draftee versus non-draftee lifetime earnings. And then, of course, there's the Carden-Kruger famous minimum wage study. It's probably the first, I might be wrong about that, spatial RDD, because they looked at these counties in New Jersey, counties in Philadelphia. I used to ride my bike there. They're the same. There's no difference. There's just a river in the middle. And they found what they found. This is a very famous paper. So these were some of the very first papers. And so what do these fields have in common? Labor, health, education. There are frequent policy interventions into the lives of individuals. And some of them are genuinely random. There was the old moving to opportunity experiment where people were given housing vouchers. And then there was the more recent Oregon health insurance experiment where people were randomly given access to health insurance. Most of them aren't random. Most of them are quasi-random, but they're still interventions. There's the famous Angrist and Levy paper on class size. There's a biblical rule that says class size can't go over 40. So they looked at the 39s versus the 40s. It's an RDD paper. It's pretty interesting. And then there's the original rainfall paper. Rainfall's random, but it's not a policy intervention. So we think of it as quasi-random. I put that in here because I want to come back to that general point later. So this is where it started. But how did it come into finance, corporate accounting? It's a little bit strange because in these fields, there aren't nearly as many random or non-random government or natural interventions. There actually are probably more in accounting because of all the rule changes, but still, it's not the same. It's not like there are all of these programs, these treatments that need to be evaluated. So that's so I started thinking about why that might have happened. Well, we used to spend more time testing theories. And these descriptive theory testing papers can be amazing. So my favorite is this Friedman and Sachs paper. So they have many, they have 100 years of data on executive compensation. And if you read the paper, it's lovely. They start out with many theories of executive compensation, and they start whittling them away one by one. And then they are left with a couple. So does this identify a theoretical mechanism? No, but it discards a lot, and it really pushed the paper forward. These, I will make this point again, these kinds of papers are really hard to write well. I think a lot of these descriptive papers, though, were very hard to interpret because there was, unlike the Friedman and Sachs paper, this somewhat iffy connection between the theory and the tests of the theory. So we started to get upset about that. So we decided that causality was a fix to this problem, but it's kind of not. Does it solve the theory testing problem? Well, no. Maybe sometimes. I probably shouldn't say no in boldface, but I did. So, but why did it happen? Well, it solves part of the theory testing problem. It solves the problem of making results interpretable, and that makes it very attractive and important. So that's how I think it migrated in. Now, that's the overview. That's my view on how it happened and how it filtered down into these fields where we don't have nearly as many policy interventions and where we're more interested in testing theories. That's kind of weird. I want to make two.
I'm having trouble here.
Siri thought I was talking. I want to make 2 points. I want to take issue with some of the language in the paper about randomness, and I want to talk about randomness and identification. Some of you have heard this before, I apologize. And then I want to talk about testing causal mechanisms. So the authors do a great job of making these points. This is stuff that is in this paper I wrote with my former student, Jay Can. So causality isn't the same thing as identification. And exogenous events or data variation are neither necessary nor efficient for identification. Identification of interesting quantities is always made relative to a verbal or mathematical theory. And identification is never, ever assumption-free or assumption-light. We always make assumptions. I think we should do more to embrace the assumptions rather than to laud papers that make few assumptions, because they'll make lots of assumptions. I want to make a different point, though. Randomness isn't enough. And why is that? Experimental scientists design studies where randomness only changes one thing. That's the whole point. You want random assignment, but you also want to only change one thing. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't work. And the classic example are these medical studies and incidental effects. Some random sample of patients got a drug and they got better, but the drug both affected their immune systems and made them sleep more. Did they get better because they slept more? Did they get better because of the immune response? Don't know. So randomness isn't quite enough, and naturally occurring randomness almost never does that. So I want to explain that via an example, and it's still my favorite reduced form corporate finance paper because it's just so well done. Love this paper. So this is the boy first paper. So does in-family CEO succession affect firm performance? You can't do that with OLS. You don't know whether performance affects succession or succession affects performance. But how does this relate to identification? So to think about how this relates to identification, we have to think exactly what identification means from an econometric point of view. So vertical axis is just some econometric objective function like, I don't know, sum of squared errors. And on the horizontal axis is some interesting parameter, and that parameter is identified if you've got it a unique minimum. I know that's not unique, but I can't draw. So, but it looks unique. So how do they connect this CEO succession to this idea of identification and econometrically? They use a model. It's a verbal model, but it's a pretty doggone good verbal model. So they talk about agency problems in firms. And the idea is that if the firm is doing well, it doesn't matter if you pick Junior as the next CEO, because nothing bad is going to happen anyway, even though Junior probably is not the most industrious. On the other hand, and you wouldn't be able to tell that Junior wasn't industrious because the firm is doing well. On the other hand, if there's been poor performance, you might want an outside CEO so that you can get some talent. And it might not look that the outside CEO is doing anything because the firm was sucking. So it's tough. So an estimated parameter needs to estimate this interesting mechanism. It needs to isolate an agency parameter and separate it from the effects of other stuff. So this goes back to the author's idea of everything's about omitted variables, and it sort of is here too. So what if you were running an OLS regression, you regress performance on a purple beta and in-family succession. And this purple beta is a function of some more fundamental parameters. There's an agency parameter, and then there's this economic conditions parameter. Now, how do they separate those? They use an instrument, and this is one of the few times I've seen an instrument that not only gets at causality, but also gets at an interesting economic parameter. That is rare, and it's really nice when it happens. So, but let me go back one bit. In terms of the agency parameter, remember that OLS regression coefficient is picking up some agency, but in terms of, it's not identifying it. In terms of the OLS objective function, you've got a flat bit at the bottom there. So they have an instrument, gender of the firstborn child, and it's random. It's in Denmark, it's random. But you can't do it without further assumptions. You need more assumptions. And why is that? Using these instruments or natural experiments is not assumption-free or assumption light. And it's because they're only useful for observational studies if people react to them. My favorite thing to tell graduate students is the number of blades of grass in Kansas is random, but no one tries to measure that, and no one uses it as an instrument because people don't react to it. Gender first only works because there's sexism. So it's the sexism that isolates the mechanism, not the boy first. And so now we're back to the rest of the problems that we used to have. So we need to have an exclusion restriction, which says that sexism affects performance only via the choice of the family CEO. So randomness isn't enough. You have to make these further assumptions. The authors of the paper are aware of this, and they try to do the best to deal with this issue, but it's important to understand that randomness isn't enough. Okay, but in terms of the agency parameter, the IB objective function does get a unique minimum if you believe that assumption. Okay, and this is a great paper because it identifies an interesting economic mechanism. It doesn't just find exogenous variation and regress every variable in some unique data set on that exogenous variation. Lord knows I've seen many of these papers, but it uses this exogenous variation to answer a specific, interesting, well-defined question. And so it's just a beautifully crafted paper. So is the Friedman-Sachs, but in a very different way. And the last thing I want to talk about, and I should get in on time, is mechanisms. So this is probably an exaggeration, but as far as I can tell, there are exceptions, but most empirical papers that come floating across my desk in corporate finance, banking, personal finance, anything that's not asset, real estate, anything that's not asset pricing, look like this. I found a natural experiment. There might be some motivation, but I found a natural experiment. Ooh, it only affects some agents, but not others. The authors of this paper make the important point that sometimes these agents endogenously sort. That's not so good, but the next thing the papers do is they say, I did a diff and diff and I got some significant results. I'm happy about that, but I don't know why. So I'm going to do some cross-sectional tests and figure out why. That seems to be the outline to so, not every, but so many empirical papers that do diff and diffs. But that hasn't always been the case. It used, when I was when I switched from econ to finance, they used to look like this. Theory says beta is greater than 0. Here's my data. Univariate evidence on the sign of beta and multivariate evidence on the sign of beta. So how did we get from A to B, and how are they connected? I think that these cross-sectional tests are a reprisal of this older style of work. Papers refer to testing for mechanism. And the authors refer to this, I'm taking a quote from their paper, as follows. They say that experimental designs to triangulate inference and provide evidence of causal mechanisms. I call this verbal structural. And I know that sounds like I'm dissing something, but I'm really not. I'm not dissing anything. I want to explain what I mean. It's exactly what the structural folks do to argue for model identification. Let me give you an example. Let's say you have some parameter, I don't know, an enforcement constraint parameter. There we go. It's an enforcement constraint parameter. I have this interesting fundamental economic parameter. I'm going to call it the Greek letter C, just to make it not beta. So what we do when we do identification here is we say, when C moves, so does an observable correlation, mean, variance in the data. And then we hopefully say the association is strong and monotonic. So this association helps identify C. That's exactly what folks are doing. That's the same logic that says, I want to understand if some fundamental economic mechanism is driving my causal inference. And so I'm going to split the sample into these folks and those folks based on some underlying theory and see if those are different. It's the same thing. It's identical. So it's really hard to do well. The Friedman-Sachs paper is a great example because rhetoric and history profs, I'm related to those. I'm from a humanities academic family. Will tell you that these tight verbal arguments are really hard. My sister writes grocery lists that have literary value, and yet she spends hours and hours and hours and hours and hours trying to hone careful arguments. I still think it's worth doing. I don't think we need to write down math models for everything. Sometimes math models are not relevant. Sometimes verbal models are fine. And it's still worth doing, and it's very valuable. I think that we as a profession, both in finance and accounting, think it's easy. Oh, it's just talking. That's what I do every day, blah, 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 blah. But it's not. I just think it takes more effort than we think it does. And so I want to finish with that. I'm done. I think on time.
Thank you, Tony. We'll take some questions. Dan, do you want to reply briefly, or do you want to just go into the questions?
Let me just say two things, and maybe that'll stir up some questions as a result. I'm kind of, indifferent, I guess, to, Christian proposed language called, tight design-based studies. Like, yeah, okay, I think that's, maybe a good idea. It gets that it's broader. What I would caution against, though, and this is kind of what we want the paper to say, because I just don't want there to be a substitution in language throughout the field. You can't say ex ante that a particular regression specification or method, whether it's OLS, probit, logit, lots of fixed effects, little fixed effects, you can't say ex ante without any institutional setting or theory that one design is tight and another design is not tight. So it has to be in a particular context. The other point is, and we could pick on Healy since that was the example that we gave, and pile up. I would say, I do think we learned something causal from Healy, and he uses words like it's consistent and suggests, and the title of the paper is the effect of. So it's pretty clearly a causal question, and he does the best he can to provide descriptive evidence on that causal question. And this goes to the point that we don't view causal inference as 0 or 1. We view it as an open set between 0 and 1. So maybe I might say, well, maybe Healy provides a sufficiently precise evidence at 0.6. And maybe someone would disagree and say, well, it's 0.3. But the point is to recognize that it's not binary. Can you draw causal inferences? Can you can't? There's a continuum. And so I'm comfortable, based on Healy and the subsequent literature, saying that I do think the structure of the compensation causes certain accounting policies, but that, you know, that's just me.
Thank you. Henry Friedman.
Hey, thanks. Really interesting paper and really phenomenal couple of discussions. So I had two quick questions, and feel free to do one or the other or both. One is, when it comes to identification, it seems like it's really important that, and really where the role of theory comes in, is that there's a specific parameter that is being identified. That seems to get sort of lost in some papers. So I'm curious in the review, how much did you see that come up? How important is it that there was a specific parameter that was specified in the paper that could then be either identified or not identified? And then the second question, maybe this is a little bit simpler. How concerned should we be about reusing natural experiments? You know, someone finds one setting, they use it, and then several other papers use it to answer somewhat different questions. Thanks.
Can I answer the second question? I'll leave the first question to someone else. I have many thoughts on it, but I think that, so people have thought about this reusing natural experiments and are worried about standard errors, and because it's just this resampling problem. I think the bigger problem is that if you know that A causes B, you find out that A caused C, D, E, F, and G, you really don't know why any of that is happening. And so I think it's fine to reuse natural experiments. I think the bar goes up though, because if you find that it affects something else, you got to figure out why. Otherwise, I don't think it adds that much.
Yeah, so I take it, Henry, that the first question, since you used the word the review, was targeted at AKST, for lack of a better acronym. So I'll just say I agree with what Tony said. I mean, I'm not, to be honest with you, we haven't really thought about reusing. The way that I think about it is, why would we be more concerned about reusing a setting than reusing CRISP and CompuStat? And so I do think reusing is a problem, but it's probably across the field. On the first question, I think Tony's articulation of the prototypical paper was excellent. And so, no, I don't think people say, like, I have in mind the blank parameter in this model, let me go identify it. I think part of the problem is, and Tony touched on this with, imprecision in verbal language. Identification means different things to different people. In our paper, we tried to spell out very precisely what we meant by identification, and that was the answer to the question, why? So providing an answer for the causal mechanism. So sure, red meat might cause cancer, or drinking wine might cause, I don't know, all kinds of bad stuff. Identification would answer the question why that would be the case. Now that's different. Some people, use it otherwise. We often see it. What's your identification strategy? I interpret that as, what's your strategy for ruling out alternative explanations? But I don't think it's typically used at least in accounting, it tends not to be used in the very precise mathematical way that you would see in like a theory model, where you would say, aha, we have identified the beta model from CAPM by regressing, our excess returns on the market. So it gets used a lot, I would say.
Stephen Katzelmeyer.
Yes, thanks, John. So very big picture question. One of the things I was struck by, Dan, in your motivating slide from the Doctor Consortium is that I didn't see the word regulation or policy in any of those PhD students' questions. And yet the survey evidence or the descriptive evidence you present shows that the strong majority of studies that use quasi-experimental designs are rooted in some regulatory impact question, some regulatory shock, some policy intervention. And Christian, of course, references the Leutz and Wysocki review piece in JAR 2016 on regulatory impact. And Tony's comments were also, connected much of our interest in causation to interest in policy interventions. So that just leads me to wonder at a big picture level, is it fair to say that it's not so much a causal revolution or a causality revolution as it is a revolution in interest towards policy questions and regulatory questions? And the reason I think that framing is important is that regulators don't necessarily set out to test theory. regulators set out for maybe a whole bunch of reasons to affect some social difference, but they don't set out the test theory. So if the regulatory question comes first, if the primary question is, what is the effect of this regulation on some dependent variable? Does that almost by definition hinder the ability to identify theory, Dan, that you say is so critical to establishing causality?
Okay, that was a big one. Let's take it in chunks. No, I don't think it hinders the ability of theory to provide insight on causality. So it may very well be the case that let's say we're in a reg show world where up until a few years ago, everyone thought that reg show was actually randomly applied. And, the regulator's motive for, randomizing short sale constraints is, for our purposes of drawing causal inference, that's useful insofar as it might vitiate randomization. But if I have a theory that short sale constraints cause blank, I might still, depending on their motives, be able to use that, randomness in some way to test that theory. So even though they didn't do it for the explicit purpose of theory testing, it still may be useful for testing theories. In terms of the regulation, I mean, I'm biased. Most of you know I got trained at Stanford, and Mary's been doing research on regulation since I don't know. I guess I was in diapers maybe. So I don't think that there's a new focus, at least maybe in this set of the world that Dan's exposed to. I don't see that there's a new focus on regulation. What is different, however, and this I have clearly seen over my limited 15 years experience, is that before we would use words, and this is what Tony was kind of getting at, we would use words like consistent with or suggests, where I would try and do some cross-sectional tests. Whereas now, for whatever reason, people now feel more comfortable being more aggressive and saying, I use plausibly exogenous variation provided by the implementation of FAS 133 to provide causal evidence on the effect of blank. I'm not making a statement about which one is better or worse, but I would say there's been a change in the language and in how the regulations, even the same regulations, get used in research.
Just very, very quick, I would just say that, regulators can muddy things up. If a academic theorist were designing a regulation, you might design it differently than the regulator. So that's all I meant by the point that regulators aren't setting out to test theory. Thank you.
But Dan, just one comment on this last one, and I have a separate answer for Steve. But I think in part, the language is changing as also some of the methods are changing, right? I think some of that development is an evolution of the method. That doesn't mean that sometimes maybe we're over-claiming in terms of like how causal this evidence truly is. But I think the reason the language has been shifting over time is tied to that credibility revolution and people sort of using designs that are better able to identify causal effects than we were, 20 or 30 years ago. I think that's.
Let me, I mean, we can speculate about why the language changes. I would say that, there's just been a natural evolution in the language, right? You just don't see words like as if random or plausibly exogenous in the 1990s in the accounting research. And so our lingo has been, picked up from finance and econ. I don't think that means that the designs from the 90s were necessarily, some might have been, necessarily any worse or provided any cleaner inferences. It's just that the authors weren't able to package their paper or potentially write a script around it to say, hey, we can draw causal inferences because they weren't even thinking about that, right? It's like diffs and diffs, have been around for a while, but people weren't calling them diffs and diffs.
Go back. I mean, maybe this is because you're in the field for 15 years and I'm 20, but I'd say if you go sort of sufficiently back, you will see that most of the designs were cross-sectional of in nature. There were very few definitions. And if you look at the history of how this evolved in econ, you see the same thing. It's like, it initially, like it was this week with the Nobel Prize, people were sort of recounting this history a lot. Initially, there were very few people that used diff and diffs in econ or used IVs, and then it sort of caught on. And with that changes the language. And, again, we might be overdoing it. And there is the debate over whether it's always good to sort of look for that, that instrument or that that diff and diff versus asking some other big questions that maybe can only be answered in a descriptive fashion. But I think the language change is tied to the methods change.
All right, Anna Costello.
All right. Hi, Dan. Really interesting paper. I have two comments. The first is, in the paper, you discuss theory being a really important ingredient to causal inference, which I very much agree with. But I also think that, and Christian touched on this a little bit, knowledge of the institutional setting and institutional details, getting into the setting and being able to assess the assumptions, either explicit or implicit, that you're making is really important, and perhaps, not something that we see all of the time. So I'm wondering your thoughts on that, and perhaps if we should be pushing for more, survey evidence in the field, or reaching out to try and gain that institutional knowledge, which will help with causal inference. Maybe that's what you call informal theory. And then my second comment is, I'm wondering why you don't spend much time on lab or field experiments in your paper as alternative methods for causal inference.
So I think the first one is you ferreted out correctly. I think we would lump that into theory. Institutional knowledge, it doesn't have to be formal math. What has been called, intuition or verbal theory about institutional details or institutional knowledge, we would all lump that in call theory. If anything, Tony didn't quite say this as explicitly. If anything, you could fault our paper for being so vacuous in terms of what we define theory, so as to lack meaning. Because theory for us is sort of like a broad, really broad encompassing institutional knowledge. And so that's why we added in the second revision, we added some language about the value of more precise theory, which is gravitating more away from sort of informal intuition, institutional details, to something more math-based. And the second point is the field in the lab, maybe we should add the word archival to the title of the paper. I do think if one is interested in causal inference, seriously interested in causal inference, then I think field and lab experiments are a great way to provide evidence, because there beyond a doubt that you have random variation, because it's researcher induced variation. So we didn't talk about it, not because we don't think they're important, but because we kind of viewed it outside. We viewed our focus more on archival data.
Stephen Glazer.
Hi, Dan. I was surprised when I read the paper that you didn't talk about stuff like compliance or heterogeneous treatment effects. You never got into any of that stuff. And it's particularly surprising because that's what Angus and Imbens won the Nobel Prize for. And I think it's something that people often get confused about. They don't understand the difference between choosing to comply with a randomly assigned shock based on some factor and random assignment. I think even in the examples today, we heard someone talk about there's some randomly assigned shock and only sexist individuals comply with that shock, and that's a source of bias. You talk about the gender diversity example in your own paper, and those are not sources of bias. You're still able to estimate a treatment effect. You only are able to estimate a local average treatment effect, the treatment effect on the type of people who made that choice. And so I think clarifying those issues is really important, because it's something I often see people not understand and get confused about.
Okay, so I will say that there's a lot, I shouldn't say a lot. There's a good amount of stuff that we do not talk about in the paper that we potentially could, depending on how important people think they are to accounting research. And so our starting point was what people are talking about in the field, right? So another example would be SUTVA, stable unit treatment value assumption. No discussion of that, in the paper. Goodman-Bacon critique, we kind of hinted that, here and there. So we kind of wanted to wed ourselves to what was being discussed in the literature. I think we kind of maybe get at what you're suggesting when we discuss the difference between the ATT and the ATE, and how in the NASDAQ setting, you just can't estimate the average treatment effect. You have to go with a biased measure of the ATT. But, I take the point that we could couch it in a more formal analysis.
I guess just to push back slightly, I mean, it's good to talk about what people are talking about, but maybe it's also important to talk about what people should be talking about. And the ATET, it only corresponds to the late under specific conditions. And then just one more thing is heterogeneous treatment effect, imperfect compliance, you're estimating the late. That's almost every natural experiment I've ever seen published is estimating a late and not talking about those issues or understanding those issues. So
fair enough.
Christian, Tony, any remarks on that?
Oh, I completely agree with Stephen. I'm done.
All right, Jeremy?
So one thing you don't talk about much in the paper is that one of the concepts in philosophy of science is whether a test is risky or not. In the sense that if you're really testing something that's very broad, passing that test is not necessarily going to tell you much more or revise your belief. And I see this in accounting papers because if you look at attempts to bring in theory, and especially with verbal reasoning, the assumptions start to pile up. And of course, a theory is more helpful if it puts a lot with little. But with verbal reasoning, it's not so much the logic, but the tendency to add more in order to get more and more results. So we end up with tests that are not that risky. And so what I'm trying to push back against is, if you really want to use theory, then one has to bind to few theories, or as few as we can, and get more predictions out of them. But instead, what we see often is an approach in which we pick and choose many theories, and the number of theories used is about equal to the number of tests that are run. And we have really one test per theory. So is there an approach that we could, in order to improve on that point?
So I'm not sure if you know what I'm going to say or not based on the paper we've written together. But I will say two thoughts there. The first is I agree with the risky predictions part. I would couch that. The way I think about that is in terms of, Heckman's, we quoted a big paragraph from Heckman and talked about abduction and identification through triangulation. Triangulation is only valuable because you have multiple predictions and you're testing multiple predictions and then ruling them out. Right. So that's what, in the sense, I consider risky. Like Sherlock Holmes develops a theory. The theory is that, some Colonel Mustard got killed by the candlestick in the living room. And then he develops various theories based on that and systematically tries to rule them out. Each of those is risky. The second point is, yes, I agree. I don't, most of empirical work, including some of my own, is, testing verbal theory. And when one tests verbal theory, one does not have to be precise about the formal theory models that one is using. And in many cases, papers that test verbal theory use models that are inherently incompatible, but nonetheless are useful for developing one's intuition. So I think if one began and said, let's test a specific mathematical theory, I think that would lead you to a very different set of empirical designs than what predominates the accounting literature. Curious to get Tony's thoughts.
Nothing to add. Nothing. I think that's right. I think that's right. I think that having this strong verbal theoretical background is super important. I think one of the reasons I don't do it is because it's really hard. And so I just go the easy route, which is do math and code.
Rodrigo Verdi.
Hi, Dan. So my comment is on the topic of single method versus triangulation, which is kind of one of the comments you'll have in the paper there. So if you think of a typical paper, right? So the typical paper will have the main research design, then you have the cross-sectional test, you have a placebo, you might have a subsample and so on. It's rarely just a purely single approach, right? And I've always thought of them as helping triangulate the evidence, right? And with the goal of ruling out alternatives. At the same time, I was quite intrigued by Tony's point that, a paper approach by saying, I find this main result, I don't know what it means, and then I use these tests to find an explanation. And that's slightly different than triangulating an ex ante prediction as opposed to exposed finding an explanation, right? So it made me think that the value of triangulation is where your point about the theory coming first being really important, right? It's like to quote SP here, SP always asks this question, say, to which question is this test an answer? And the triangulation being very clear about that, what is the theory that is being tested, that is being triangulated, right? And whether that can separate what you see as the good value of triangulation, and maybe Tony say, this other test is fishing for an explanation.
So I don't think I was saying fishing, and I hope you don't think that. Usually these, I don't know if you're
fishing. I mean, like,
yeah, no, because I really do not want to accuse anybody of fishing for explanations. I imagine it might happen from time to time, but I think that the way papers are typically motivated is I have this broad overarching thing that goes on for 4 pages, and so there's typically some ex ante thought. So perhaps my slide was a little bit tongue in cheek, and I certainly wasn't implying that anybody is fishing for answers. And I think so. Most papers, certainly in corporate finance, start with some idea of some theoretical motivation, but then it's really more about the natural experiment. It's always more about the natural experiment than the question, almost always.
Can I jump in here and
yeah,
I especially would love to hear also, Tony, what you then will say in response to this. I think, Rodrigo, what you're raising is sort of, there's often 2 ways that you can write a paper. And accounting papers often have the structure where, you have sort of the motivation, and then there's a hypothesis development section. So the theory kind of comes first, then it gets tested in some, looser way maybe, and then we're doing some robustness later on. I think finance has actually largely given up on that structure. Finance is actually the introduction. There's sort of a motivation that has a theory, a verbal theory, like Tony said, but then they jump right in. And then the back end is more where you start ruling out alternative explanations, and you sort of try to convince people that, the result is what it is. I think it would be great for us in accounting to have that sometimes more. I mean, sometimes we have a very specific idea in mind that we want to test, and it's fine to have this hypothesis development section. But at other times, and most of the times, we're not testing a very specific theory. It might actually be better to start with the data and saying, here's the setting, here's what I'm studying. And then at the end say, what are plausible explanations? And now I'm going to rule a bunch of stuff out, and then I'm telling you what I'm leaving. And I actually like that approach, and I feel like we should do more of that in accounting.
Yeah, so that goes back to what I was saying about the Friedman Sachs paper. That's exactly what they do. It's completely descriptive. They are certainly not fishing for anything. They start off with, here are 77 theories, and I'm going to get rid of all but 2. And I think that exercises like that are really, really valuable.
Can I just say one thing? I mean, that's along the lines of what I was thinking, is the idea that what Dan is saying, the theory motivated beginning, that beginning carries throughout, right? Carries throughout the validation and the various tests. The triangulation, the theory is as important in test 1 as it is in test 4. I think, and often that table 8 is not as well motivated as the table 2, I guess that's.
Rodrigo, one other thing I would say where I understood, Dan and Al to kind of make a slightly different point about triangulation is often that the kind of triangulation we often do in accounting isn't really that much of a triangulation. Like a lot of the cross-sectional tests at the end, we don't really talk a lot about, like, is this really likely orthogonal to the concerns that we have? And are you going to get sort of some additional identification? And they were also saying we should sometimes think about bringing some new or some additional data to the table. And I saw that more as pushing for more, maybe better triangulation than we sometimes do, sort of less mechanical structure where we say, here's a main test, and then there comes a typical cross-sectional test, as opposed to really thinking about what do we need to kind of identify this here.
Nemeth?
Thanks, John, and thanks, Dan. I had 3 comments that I wanted to make about both the paper and just general implications. One was the paper focuses a lot on the importance of theory, and theory broadly defined, right, to include both verbal models and analytical models. To me, that it felt like a little bit of a straw man in the sense that most people, I'd say everyone would agree with that. Generally, papers do have an argument for why they're testing what they're testing, right? I think the relevant discussion then becomes what is the quality of the theory, like how do you evaluate the quality of the theory, right? And some discussion of that I think would be more helpful. But I'd say the quality of the theory, at least in my mind, is how falsifiable, like what do they have falsifiable arguments, and what are the implications of the theory, right? So that is one. The second is it would help to discuss the role of economic magnitudes as well. I find that it's the one way to figure out, at least when you have multiple studies examining the same question, is to see what are the differences in economic magnitudes that are discussed across different studies, and not only calibrated with respect to, say, the X variable of interest, but also relative to other determinants of the Y variable of interest. So like if we're talking about the role of the effect of accounting on investment, it's helpful to calibrate with other mechanisms like governance. So to get both a plausibility test as well as to see whether actually if the estimates seem reasonable, whether they can be interpreted as causal. So I think some of that discussion would be helpful to have, both within the X variable of interest as well as other determinants of the Y. And the final part was the paper talks a little bit about selection effects in natural experiments, in the sense that whether you're treated or not depends on certain pre-existing choices the firm made. And certainly agree with that, but oftentimes I find that in accounting the interest is in the the treatment effect on the treated. And oftentimes the regulation affects everyone. So in the sense that everyone becomes treated. So I feel like the emphasis on that, I think it really depends on what question is being answered.
All right, so I'll work backward. First one, I agree. We're not saying that, because the regulation's effect is conditional on a previous endogenous condition, that you shouldn't use it or you shouldn't study it. So I agree, there are many questions in which we care a lot about the ATT, and that's all we're interested in, and that's fine and good. Our point in discussing that was just to be careful, because not everyone is in the literature isn't this careful yet to distinguish between the effect of the regulation from the effect of what's changing, right? So is it the effect of mandated gender diversity rules, or is it the effect of gender diversity? Right, there's a distinction. There's a subtle distinction there. The economic magnitude size, I agree. I want to punt to get to your other point and then have more questions. The theory versus the precision of theory. Not really sure how to respond here. I would say the first version that we presented around, we got a lot of pushback on the role of theory for causal inferences. So I think there are a significant number of people out there that don't think it's a straw man. Maybe they're not at the JAE conference, or maybe they don't want to articulate their view publicly. And so I admit that we can probably do better in section 3.3 at writing it to be less reactionary. And I think the way that we wrote it may read a little bit reactionary as a result. It is, as you correctly pointed out, about the precision of the theory, how precise the theory is.
Matthias?
Hi, thanks. Also just two quick comments. One following up on what Stephen was saying, and also related to Nemit's point about how to interpret the treatment effects. I think this, of course, is an important piece that you're also pointing out, that you have the ATT, the late, and all the other ones. I think an interesting piece about that is that, of course, if we're really worrying that, for example, a local average treatment effect or the ATT is different from the ATE, etc., if we're worrying about that, all that is okay, there's substantial heterogeneity in the treatment effect. And that means we need just more of these types of studies along different lines of the population. And so just having, for example, a correlational study that shows this over the entire range also wouldn't be very interesting, because having the average treatment effect really across a very heterogeneous distribution of MTEs is not very informative. So I think that's a point that is important, and then goes to this typical critique that you have of these natural experiments, that they are very local. But then saying, okay, even if we could get it over the entire distribution, is not necessarily so much more interesting for us. We would have to run it for separate parts of the distribution anyways. The second point was with respect to the degrees of freedom of the researcher. You correctly said, of course, how much we can believe any data depends on how much we can constrain the researcher in the degrees in terms of setting up the research design. And there, I completely agree that theory is very important, but I think there, I just want to echo Christian's and Anna's points that institutions and designs are super important there. And precisely because what they're giving you is that often enough, like in an RDD, you then don't have to come up with lots of control variables. You just know the one key control variable, and then you exploit the sharpness. So knowing what kind of variation to look for is then super helpful, and where you then suddenly don't have to have too many options anymore. Unlike in the interaction design that you, for example, were talking about, or that we often see in the back end of papers, there people can pick and choose lots of cross-sectional interactions and then just report the ones that kind of worked in their favor. And these are things that if we're taking design seriously and institutions seriously, we often can constrain ourselves better, and thus even get sometimes like the minimum wage results that go against conventional wisdom. And then we have to really start thinking about our theories again, and not just dismissing the data, because this time we know the data is reasonably precise.
I mean, I would just recast that in other words of saying you have a theory, insert institutional knowledge or domain expertise that leads you to believe that a particular setting has fewer omitted variables than, say, another setting. And so consequently, that's why you tested in that particular area as opposed to sort of in the CompuStat case. So yeah, I agree.
Phil Stockin.
Dan, much of the theory models that we have in accounting and elsewhere are partial equilibrium analysis, ceteris paribus, holding all else equal. And you might have a partial derivative with a particular sign, and you could test it empirically. However, if one looks at many models, they would much more be appropriately addressed within the context of a general equilibrium analysis, so mutatis mutandis, varying all things. And there you find that when you look at cross partials, the sign might change a lot. So how does one square the predictions that are developed within the context of a partial equilibrium model with those that are developed within the context of a general equilibrium model when you do experimentation? You're trying to vary only one variable at a time, when in fact you should be varying multiple variables because of the covariance between the variables.
So the broader the model and the more precise it can be, I would say the more predictions you potentially have. I mean, in the extreme, you integrate out over all observables, and you have a general equilibrium model where there's only like one or two things that exogenous, and it drives, let's say, 30 different relations. I mean, I agree with your point in principle. I think general equilibrium models are difficult to test empirically in the absence of some sort of structural approach.
So I'd just like to add, I think that we have this random variation, and precisely because of these JAE effects, this random variation does not isolate any one mechanism. So then you have a data problem. You need more data, right? I think that this is to think, yes, many theories are partial equilibrium, and they are not going to pick up everything. So you need more data to figure these things out. I think the macro guys have finally started to do this to some extent.
All right, thank you very much, Tony. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, audience, for your questions. This is the end of our session. The next session will be at 3:15. Thank you, everyone.
looking bored, Mark.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. This is the last session for today. We have the paper Importing Activists, Determinants and the Consequences of Increased Cross-Border Shareholder Activism. And Anya will be presenting. Anya, you have 20 minutes uninterrupted. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Joanna. And I just want to start out by thanking the editors for selecting the paper to the conference. And thanks also to our reviewers for their helpful comments, and to Wayne for his editorial work on the paper. This is a co-authored work with Mark Moffett and Doug Skinner. And in this paper, we're looking at the determinants and the consequences of increased international shareholder activism. And just to give you an idea what exactly we have in mind, let me give you a very quick example of a shareholder activist campaign that happened earlier this year. Danone, as you know, Danone is a French company, was approached by a team of activists from London, Wisconsin, and LA, who were all unhappy with the way the management did their job. And about a month later, after a bit of interaction, the company announced that the CEO will be stepping down, that there will be some director reshuffling, and that the company will be rethinking their investment strategy. So a French company was approached by activists from the UK and the US. As a result, they got some new directors and they changed investment strategy. And those sort of events has been happening a lot more frequently around the world. On this graph, I mapped out the number of activist campaigns in the US and the number of activist campaigns outside the US over the last 20 years. And as you can see, the growth in the last 10 years has been pretty dramatic and rapid. And total, the last 10 years, the world experienced about 7,000 activist campaigns. And the number of the activist campaigns outside the US almost leveled off with the number of activist campaigns in the US. This data allows us to explore the variation in regulatory regimes and better understand shareholder activism as a phenomena and market-wide effects of activism in particular. Just as a preview of a paper, in this paper we have two research questions. The first research question has to do with determining the regulatory conditions that might facilitate shareholder activism. In order to shed light on this first research question, we developed our own new index of shareholder empowering governance regulations. And we'll have three main categories of regulations there, each of which is going to enable minority shareholders to engage with firms. And we find that changes in two types of regulations, and more specifically, shareholder engagement regulations and board structure regulations, is going to be followed by an increase in shareholder activism. Our second research question tries to get at understanding the country level increase. What are the consequences of the country level increase in the threat of activism, and how specifically does this increase in the threat of activism affect firm decisions? We find that after shareholder engagement and board structure regulations are adopted and the threat of activism arguably increases in those countries that this happens, we find that firms are adjusting their performance, investment, and payout profiles. And we find results that are not only concentrated into firms that are subject to activist campaigns, we find significant spillover effects way beyond these firms that are targeted. The first thing that we do in our paper is we develop the framework for shareholder empowering governance regulations, or shortly we call it SEGR. When we developed this framework, we were thinking about the findings from corporate governance literature. We're drawing on institutional reports and industry studies. And we also consulted with some international resources such as OECD Corporate Governance Factbook. But in fact, our framework is very, very simple. We are going to just follow the activist playbook and try to identify what kinds of regulations will be helpful for activists each step of the way. So the first thing that activists need to do is to identify target firms. In order to identify target firms, activists might need to take advantage of as much information about the firms as possible. And some of the regulations that might be helpful with that regard are corporate governance transparency regulations. These are going to be regulations that have to do with exploring more information about general meetings and executive compensation disclosures. The second thing that activists need to do once they have identified the target is to apply pressure on the target firms to get their way. Regulations that we call shareholder engagement regulations might be helpful with those regard. This could be things such as ownership requirements, the percentage of stock that you need to have in order to put an item on a general meeting agenda or even call extraordinary general meeting. Another category of regulations that falls under shareholder engagement are different rules for shareholder voting for executive compensation. Finally, activists might want to influence the decision-making of firms from the inside by putting their representatives on the board of directors. What could make this easier is various board structure regulations. So those regulations have to do with defining what constitutes an independent director, mandating a certain number of independent directors on the board, and term limits for directors. So stepping back, our SIGR framework has three regulation types: governance transparency regulations, shareholder engagement regulations, and board structure regulations. What we are going to do next is we're going to go out and read the laws of 56 countries over the time period of 10 years. And we're going to construct our SIGR index for each of those countries over a time period. On the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the heat map with SIGR scores for 2010. It is a heat map, which means the brighter the color, the higher the SIGR score. So countries such as Australia, US, Canada are all going to score quite highly on our SIGR score, while countries such as Mexico, Indonesia, Russia are not going to score as highly. The first sort of smell check that we do after we constructed our SIGR score is we associate our SIGR scores with the number of activist campaigns, right? Nothing causal. We're trying to just explore the correlations, and we do find a positive and significant associations there, even after we control for the indices that the literature developed previously. We're next going to go and try to bring some light into our first research question, which is what regulatory conditions facilitate activism? We're going to identify changes in our SIGR framework by, again, reading through the laws and regulations of 56 countries over time. We identify 42 mandatory country-level changes in 30 countries in our sample period. I kind of try to illustrate the geographical variation on the map on the right-hand side. Countries that had shareholder engagement changes highlighted with yellow, and countries with board structure regulation changes are highlighted with red. Countries that had some governance transparency regulations are highlighted with purple. So there is enough geographical variation and there is enough temporal variation for us to study each of those categories separately and try to understand which ones are associated with increase in activism. We do it in generalized differences in difference framework, and we find that activism increases significantly after the reforms that increase shareholder engagement. Those things that have to do with ownership requirements and voting for executive compensation. We find quite similar results for board independence changes, and we do not find much increase in activism activity after governance transparency changes. Interestingly, we'll find that increases in activism are going to be larger in countries with weaker pre-existing governance infrastructure. That is, after a shareholder engagement or board independence regulation change was passed, in countries with weaker pre-existing governance infrastructures, those countries will have higher reactions in terms of number of activist campaigns. We then move on to the second part of the paper, where we explore the real effects of this increased threat of activism. And just to remind you, our second research question tries to get at the consequences of the increased threat of shareholder activism on firms' policies and practices. We're going to use shareholder engagement and broader board structure regulation changes as plausible shocks to the country level threats of activism, right? So we see an increase in activism, in the number of activism campaigns after the passage of those regulations, and we suspect that the firms in those countries also see this increase and react in a certain way. We're going to examine 3 types of firm level outcomes. We'll look at profitability, long-term investment, and payout policy. And how we're going to do that, we're going to narrow down on the sample of plausible targets of activism. The way we're going to sample firms into what we call plausible targets of activism is we're going to select the firms that score below median on profitability and payout ratio and above median on investment. We will do the sampling in the year before the regulation was passed and within country industry. Now, why do we select those specific variables as our sampling variables? We do it because prior literature and industry reports tell us that those are the variables that activists are looking at when they're selecting targets. We then are going to take our sample and separate it into the treatment group and the control group. The treatment group will be the group that has high threat of shareholder activism. These are going to be the firms that have non-zero independent institutional ownership. Why do we select independent institutional ownership as a partitioning variable? Again, we're drawing on institutional knowledge that we have about this space. We know that activists tend to have relatively low stakes in their target firms. They need allies from within the firms to support their agenda, and those allies are most likely independent institutional owners. We're going to do generalized differences design by having country year fixed effects, we're essentially having within country designs. So this is how our results look like for profitability. On the right-hand side, you see the snapshot of the regression, and on the left-hand side, mapping out of the coefficients over time. Here our main dependent variable is return on assets, ROA, and our main independent variable is an interaction between the indicator for treatment, which is high activism risk firms, and POST, which is defined traditionally as an indicator that is equal to 1 after the regulation was put in place. We control for market cap, institutional ownership, and an indicator that the firm was cross-listed. We have country year fixed effects and firm fixed effects. We see a big and economically significant increase in ROA after the regulations have been passed. And we then do kind of similar analysis for investment and payout. So these are results for investment. We do a very similar thing here. We just replace the dependent variable with investment. We define investment as a sum of R&D and a CapEx scaled by total assets. We see a significant decrease in investment after our regulations have been passed. And we also see an increase in payout profiles of firms. Another thing that we do is we split the sample into 2 chunks. The first chunk is going to be the countries that have relatively weak shareholder rights at the beginning of our sample. And the second chunk is going to be the countries that had higher, stronger shareholder rights. And we find that our results are consistently bigger in magnitudes for countries that did not have very strong regulations at the beginning of our period. We interpret those results as basically saying that those countries are more likely to have firms with more agency problems. So when activists see that regulation has been passed, they are more likely to go into those countries because there's just more low-hanging fruit for them to pick. Going to conclude here. We have 2 research questions in our paper. The first research question is, what regulatory conditions facilitate activism? And the second research question is, how does the country level increase in the threat of activism affect firm decisions? We're going to use international regulatory regimes and changes to those regimes as a setting. And we're going to find 2 results. We provide some evidence on regulatory determinants of shareholder activism. And we'll also observe countrywide increase in the threat of activism affects firms' profitability, investment, and payouts. Those are our 2 contributions. We also view our contribution as providing comprehensive measures of the levels in and changes in the regulations that facilitate interactions between shareholders and firms around the world. I'm going to stop here and thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Anya, for the presentation. The discussant for this session, Michelle Lowry, is not able to join us in person because of a previous personal commitment, and she has recorded her discussion, and we will run the recording on her behalf. Josh, if you're ready, we can share Michelle's discussion.
Hello, everybody. I'd like to start by thanking the organizers for asking me to discuss this paper. It's a great paper. I really enjoyed reading it. So let me jump right into things. The title is Importing Activists, Determinants, and Consequences of Increased Cross-Border Shareholder Activism. So let me start with the motivation of the paper, a brief summary. The authors ask, why do activists target companies in particular countries? Is that corporate governance regulations represent a necessary condition for activists. If regulations allow minority shareholders to engage with firm managers, then increases in such regulation should lead to more activism within the country. Second, they ask whether more shareholder-friendly regulations lead to changes among companies within the countries. The first part of the paper demonstrates that more shareholder-friendly regulations lead to more activism. So what we're really thinking about here is whether more activism leads to value increasing changes among the underlying companies. Here, predictions are not so clear. On the one hand, if we look at evidence within the US, we would expect the answer to this question to be yes. But on the other hand, the answer might be no due to countries' different institutional features and their little history of shareholder activism. So we'll look at it empirically. In terms of the key findings and contributions, just to quickly overview these, the first contribution is really developing an index of countries' corporate governance regulatory framework across country and over time. So they developed this SEGR score. This figure, I've plotted the distribution of this score in 2010. So the maximum value in their sample as of 2010 was 9. That's the framework that best facilitates engagement by minority shareholders. And the minimum is 2. And you can see we have countries across every bucket. We also have very improvements. So changes that make the governance regulations stricter. And again, we have distribution over time in this as well. What do they find? They find that regulatory changes that increase minorities' shareholder ability to engage with management. First, these changes contribute to increased shareholder activism. And second, they contribute to changes, arguably improvements in firms within the country, to increased operating performance, decreased investments, and increased payouts. And these changes are potentially due a combination of both the direct effects of activism as well as spillover effects. Finally, in both of these two sort of main types of findings, they find that effects are concentrated in countries with low ex-ante governance regulations. And I'll come back and talk about several of these things more. In terms of my comments, I'm going to focus mostly on 3 big issues. First, the big picture of the paper, the motivation. Second, some of the specific findings. And third, the data and empirical specifications. Let me start with the big picture, the effects of regulation, or perhaps we should say the varying effects of regulation. When we think about how investors can potentially influence companies in a corporate governance type sense, we think, or prior literature generally characterizes things as 2 channels, voice and exit. Exit entails divesting shares. Voice entails both shareholder voting as well as engagements, for example, by activists. This paper is obviously focused here, but more generally, you could think of sort of the big picture question as, does regulation, how does it affect companies? And that raises the question, does regulation affect all of these channels similarly? And for this, it's helpful to think about what we know about some of these other channels based on prior literature. So I'm going to take a look at voting. Iliev, Linz, Miller, and Roth conclude that shareholder voting is an effective mechanism for exercising governance around the world. They examine country-level governance across 43 non-US countries. They conclude, or they find, that stronger country-level governance leads to less dissent voting and associated changes in firms, which is obviously very different than the main conclusion of this paper, which shows that stronger country governance contributes to more activism. And that sort of raises some interesting questions regarding what drives the contrast. On the one hand, is it differences in measures of country-level governance? So for example, the Iliev et al. Paper focuses a bit more on measures that capture protection of minority shareholders, whereas this paper focuses more on measures that capture facilitating engagement by the minority shareholders. So that difference could explain part of the differences in findings. However, it doesn't appear to explain everything, because even among very similar measures, for example, measures that capture governance transparency, the findings differ. And so that raises the question whether there's some differences in economics of engagement versus voting that contribute to these differences. So how might we think about these economics? Activists. What do activists do? Activists invest substantial time and resources in a firm, whereas shareholder voting is arguably a much less costly way to oppose management. For an activist, this substantial time is going to be particularly risky if the country's regulatory structure is not supportive. In contrast, for shareholder voting, if a country has a very weak regulatory structure, shareholder voting might be really the only potential way to influence firms. And in fact, Iliev et al. Find that voting is effective in these cases. So in sum, if we step back and we think about what can we infer about the value of stricter regulatory regimes, I think there's different things we need to think about. We need to think about what are the types of regulations? Are they regulations that relate to the protection of minority shareholders or to facilitating engagement of minority shareholders? And what are the channels of shareholder influence? Is it voting or is it engagement? So again, what can we infer about the value of stricter regulatory regimes? It depends. And I think it's important to highlight that these effects are nuanced along these different dimensions. When we think about this issue of the varying effects of regulation, another thing that comes out from the paper is the effects of ex ante level of regulation. The authors find that the positive effects of regulatory changes are limited to countries with poor ex ante regulatory regimes, and the positive spillover effects are potentially stronger here as well. So that suggests that there are diminishing marginal returns of regulation, and it raises the question of whether at some point, perhaps the costs of regulation even exceed the benefits. And given the ongoing debate in the US regarding the effects of increasing regulation, SOX, Dodd-Frank, pay ratio, et cetera, I think this is a very topical issue. If activists exert sufficient influence above any threshold, above, for example, a score of 6, then why do we need additional regulations? Are additional regulations, for example, as in the US, unnecessary? Are they even counterproductive? Maybe, but I think we need to be careful in how we interpret this finding. There's some potential alternative explanations that suggest perhaps regulations do have value even above this threshold level. For example, perhaps the value above the threshold level varies across firm types. Activists tend to only target certain types of firms. Perhaps above the threshold level, regulations are relatively more important for types of firms that activists would not target. Alternatively, perhaps the value above this threshold level depends on enforcement. Think about the case of Japan. Japan has a very high governance score, but they don't have enforcement. And perhaps that's the reason that we're not seeing a lot of activism in that country. Okay, let me drill down a bit more now into some of the more precise findings of this paper, in particular, the effects of regulation on the underlying companies. So here are the author's key regressions in this part of the paper. So they are looking at profitability, investment, payout, and the key independent variable is this interaction term. A company-specific measure is the company high activism risk. And then a time series measure post is this in a year following a regulatory change that makes the governance rules stricter. The sample is firms from countries with a regulatory change pertaining to either shareholder engagement or board structure. And the high activism risk companies include two types of companies. First, companies that experienced an activism event, and second, companies without an activism event, but with positive institutional ownership prior to the regulatory change, suggesting they would be at risk of activism. What do they find? They find a very significant coefficient on this interaction term. The question then is, what drives this? Is it direct effects of activism? In other words, the subset of firms that actually experienced an activism event, or is it the spillover effects, the companies that are at risk of an activism event? If we're just thinking about the real direct effects of activism, we would expect to find positive effects here. If there are no positive effects, activists would presumably stop targeting firms in these countries. But the spillover effects are more uncertain. Perhaps in some of these other countries, governments are more protective, so spillover effects are small. One could think of a variety of reasons that the spillover effects might be lower. Related to that, I think it would be informative to compare the magnitudes in these other countries compared to that in the US. Okay, finally, let me use the remainder of my time to talk about the data and empirical specifications. So the author's data come from a number of different sources. I've showed you this graph before. This shows the distribution of countries' level of governance at the beginning of the sample period in 2010. That information comes from a variety of sources that you could summarize as legal guides. And then they use similar types of sources, company websites as well, to get regulatory changes over time. The question when we're using different sources is to make sure those sources are consistent with each other. Do the sources have a similar focus? And let me just look at a few countries just to see how things match up here. So this shows Spain. So first, look at the first row, shows the maximum value in each of the subcategories that make up this governance index. So the total maximum value of this governance index, as shown on the far right, is 11. And that consists of categories related to governance transparency, shareholder engagement, and board structure. In 2010, Spain had a value of only 6, so you might say not great governance, but they had a number of changes over their sample period. In 2013, they had a change that increased compensation disclosure. So great, the score was 0 in that category before, it's going to increase as a result of this regulatory change. In 2014, they also had a regulatory change that lowered the meeting voting threshold. Well, that would cause meeting transparency to increase, but along that dimension, Spain already had the maximum value of 2, so I'm curious as to how that is factored in. Relatedly, they also had a change in 2014 to increase board independence. They had a value of 1 before, so I'm guessing the value goes up to 2 now. The criteria that would be incrementally satisfied is whether the required % of independent directors is above the median. Are the authors looking specifically at whether that criteria is now satisfied? Relatedly, we can also look at Japan. So Japan in 2010 had a very high governance score. They had a score of 9. There's only 2 categories, meeting transparency and independent directors, where they don't have the highest possible value. They also had some regulatory changes. In 2015, they increased board independence. So again, I want to know, is it now above median? And then in 2012, they increased disclosure on the independence of directors and the auditor. So how does that get classified? Does that count as meeting transparency? Because when I look at the meeting transparency definition, that doesn't seem to match up. So again, matching these data more carefully, or maybe perhaps just explaining it better, I think would be helpful. A few other questions on the data front. Japan has the best governance score across the author's sample, but activism is notoriously absent there, arguably because things like enforcement matter. The authors discuss this, but it would be helpful if you could do something empirically along this front. I think that would add a lot. Also, US activism events make up 59% of the total. I'd love to know whether results were robust to excluding the US. And then finally, on the empirical front, endogeneity is a concern, specifically correlated omitted variables. What prompted these changes within the country? The authors mention in some cases it's pressure from OECD, World Bank, et cetera. The concern is that pressure bundled with things like promises of external capital, pressure for other political regulatory changes? Important to think about these things. And then finally, real quick, the sample size consists of 56 countries times 9 years. That's 504 country years. But when we look at the regressions, many of the panels have over 1,000 observations. So you can see down here, What's causing that? It has to do with how the authors define their treatment and control sample. So for example, among this particular set of treatment countries that all had a governance score of 6, the potential control countries, are all the countries that similarly had a score of 6 but did not have a regulatory change. Well, what happens is all of those control countries are included in the regression 4 times, once for every treatment country. So the concerns are, first, is this set of controls really similar to the treatment? Perhaps we need to match on some other dimensions like the size of the stock market. Second, the inclusion of the control countries multiple times can decrease standard errors in some problematic ways. Okay, but let me conclude. Our understanding of governance outside the US is really quite limited. This paper contributes meaningfully in this area. The formation of a governance index, it's valuable for future research, and the effects of changes in this index really add to our understanding. In a big picture sense, the paper raises a lot of intriguing questions, some of which are potentially for future research, namely the effects of different types of regulations, as well as the effects of different channels of shareholder influence. So I'll stop there, but thank you very much. Again, I enjoyed the paper a lot.
Anya, would you like to quickly respond to Michelle's comments before we go into Q&A?
I think the comments are fair. Just quickly responding to the comment about the legal sources, there's only one legal source that we use. It's mostly our own compilation and reading of the corporate governance regulations and company codes over time. So we do not take changes from the media sources. We try to be rigorous and identify the changes by comparing different versions of regulations side by side.
Thank you. So we are ready for Q&A. So I see that Mark has posted a chat message about the surgery. I guess it has created an exogenous shock to the chat function and people's participation. Any questions for the paper? We're ready for Q&A. Henry.
Thanks. So I think it's really interesting. Just have the previous paper in mind a little bit. So when you get into the effects on profitability and investment, it seems like there's an implicit assumption that the regulatory changes, for lack of a better term, are flowing through the activism channel as opposed to other channels. And I'm just curious if where that assumption is coming from.
Right. So, of course, it's a fair concern. We acknowledge in the paper that we can never really nail it to activism. We try to do several things to kind of at least provide some evidence that this is the channel. So we do 2 things. We do placebo analysis using governance transparency regulations as in our firm level analysis. As you remember, governance transparency regulations do not seem to be followed by any increases in activism in our first part of the paper. We don't see any results on the firm level when we do governance transparency analysis there. So this brings some comfort that activism is the channel. We'll also try to, in the paper, I didn't have time to talk about it, but one of the things that we do in the paper is we look at which types of demands do activists have after they target the firm's post-regulations. And they seem to be using some of the regulatory tools that are given to them. For example, when there is a board independence type of regulation, we see an increase in the number of board-related demands. But this is kind of smoking gun, but of course we cannot never rule out this concern completely.
assuming?
Yeah, so my question is kind of related with Harry's paper, Harry's question about, what is I know you are very careful about not drawing any causal relationship between the country level regulations and the shareholder activism. But I think your structure seems to take a stand on that causal inference, right? So you first look at the association, then you look at cross-sectional differences, then you look at the outcomes, the real effects. It seemed like the first step is to demonstrate some impact, right? And then, so it's kind of to me important to see the first step, whether there's any kind of relationship, the causal effect there. And so to get a little bit one step further into that direction, have you looked at the institutional investors flow? Before the regulation, did you see the coming of institutional investors, their investments? And then in response, countries can take action to legitimize their involvement. And then you see kind of subsequently firms react to that regulation or react to investors' engagement. So this is a kind of my thought, just making some kind of attempt to look at that direction.
So can I rephrase kind of your question to just make sure that I fully understand? I guess it's probably more a suggestion than a question. So your suggestion is that we can look at institutional, like kind of investment flows and see if those investment flows predict regulations, the adoption of regulations. Is that what you're trying to suggest? Right. We'll think about that. Thanks so much. I cannot think very well on the spot, but thanks for the suggestion.
Anya, I might just add that this sort of seems related somewhat to like the point about the endogeneity point that Henry brought up, or at least the identification of activism being the specific mechanism point that Henry brought up. I think one of the nice things about the governance transfer, or one of the things that we're trying to do, at least with the governance transparency changes that Anya was talking about, is, part of what Jumin's suggesting would seem to be that maybe it's a buildup in institutional ownership prior to the regulations might be some causal factor for the regulations that could, have an impact on the regulations getting passed. So being endogenous in that sense. And one of the things that we liked about the governance transparency test is, if you believe that the governance transparency laws were passed for similar reasons, say it's political incentives or the rise of institutional investors, if you think those were passed for the same kind of reasons that our other two measures are, the shareholder engagement and the board independence, the fact that we don't see that those governance transparency changes increase activism sort of suggests, it provides a sort of a smoking gun there that in the absence of activism, even if you have those factors, if you don't have the increase in activism, you really don't see those similar sorts of effects. So I would just add that that's somewhat of a nuance of that test that we're trying to bring out that maybe doesn't so much come across in the paper as yet.
Phil Stalken.
Thanks, Anya. Not unrelated to Schuman's question. My read of the paper was that to import activists, you might want to strengthen the rights of non-controlling shareholders. Why couldn't I have the interpretation that, particularly in light of that Wall Street Journal article just a few weeks ago, where it was pointing out that even for passive investment vehicles, in order to increase returns, these investment vehicles are encouraged to be more activist in how they approach firms. So is it not possible then that institutional investors, while they might not even have taken a position, they might be lobbying for change in those countries, and then once the minority rights have been protected, they then enter the country? And so the causality is a little, or the mechanism, sorry, is the opposite of what your paper is suggesting. It's the activists that motivate regulatory change, and then they take advantage of those regulations to enhance the returns that they're earning for their investors.
Thanks for this question, Phil. Of course, it's a fair concern, as I said in my response to Shumin. We can never rule this out. One thing that we need to keep in mind is that activists tend to be relatively small. You know, there's relatively small, and half of the activism in our sample is foreign activism. So to me, that suggests, well, that it might be harder for them to actually put pressure on the foreign country governments so that they pass those specific laws. We have a lot of changes in regulations, and sometimes, I tried to, when I was reading those companies' codes and comparing them to each other, I tried to understand why did they change the law. It's not very easy to do in every single case. Some of the cases that I do remember is countries like Australia. Australia passed say on pay law in 2011, one of the laws that we use in our analysis. And the reasons why they did that is because there was such a huge outcry about executive pay post-financial crisis, right? So they were not really thinking about empowering minority investors, actually. They were just the government was just trying to respond to those types of criticisms. Of course, you know, what you were saying can be possible. I did not find actually any direct evidence of this lobbying in my reading of the laws or reading of the related media. Doesn't mean that it didn't happen. It's just the top two kind of combinations of institutional facts. A little comforting to me that maybe that's not the only thing that is happening here.
Stephen?
Hi, Anya. I enjoyed the paper and enjoyed the presentation. It's good to see you again. I think my concern is kind of related to some of the things we heard, where like high activism risk and stuff like institutional ownership, which is kind of how you're defining it. That's not random, right? Institutional investors invest in firms for a reason. Mm-hmm. And so, for example, you can imagine like they invest in firms where they expect performance to persist, right? And so that could potentially explain like your ROA results. And I just wonder if like maybe if you could try like maybe a different design, not keeping your current design, which has a lot of strengths, but maybe also looking at a cross-country design where the sample is just high activism risk firms, and you compare the firms affected by the law to the firms not affected by the law, and that lets you kind of hold activism risk fixed and just vary the law cross-country. Like that would have different, you know, strengths and weaknesses in your current design. So in my mind, they would sort of complement each other, but it would kind of address this specific concern about the, you know, the endogeneity of activism risk.
Yeah. Thanks, Stephen. I think it's a good point. We're currently kind of looking for ways how to improve the design. In the second part of the paper, we played with different definitions of control groups. They all seem to work for now. We'll implement your suggestion.
Matthias?
Hi, Anya. Great presentation. Good seeing you. I'm also just raising my hand because no one else has it up there, and we already talked about it at some point because we discussed the paper. So I'm just more curious about what was coming out of that in terms of this later part of the paper when you talk about these economy-wide effects. And well, as we discussed back then, well, as soon as you put a country year fixed effect in, it's kind of subsuming the level effect. So we don't know, there may be a positive or negative level effect. You're looking at some differential. So did you ever try to kind of take that fixed effect out and just map out control versus treatment and see their effects? And or did you consider using something like this, the spillover type designs that Tobias Berg et al. Have published now in the JAE, where you look at what the really targeted companies do versus the ones that are associated with them. So to model out the spillovers a bit more, and then that's something you could also interact with your post and then kind of model that in and through that get a bit out of that issue that you're having this missing intercept question there. Just wondering whether you've already tried something along those lines, or whether that's something.
Yeah, we did try that. So the main results is reported in the paper just seem more intuitive for us. We like that, the splitting variable is transparent, it's simple, and we thought for the sake of interpretability, it's best to report that. We have various versions of like the second part of the paper results.
Frank?
Hey, Anya, nice to see you again. It's a really nice paper and presentation. So I have a question that's kind of unrelated to the previous questions. So I'm wondering, like, when the activists, they decide whether to do anything, so would they consider like cultural differences between their home country and the firm they're targeting? So there are like different, for example, studies in economics that document if the cultural backgrounds are very different, then the friction tend to be greater. So is this something that you can potentially look at, not necessarily in this paper, but like maybe in the next project, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, we actually never did anything like that. So we just did. In the prior versions of the paper, we did separate analysis for foreign and domestic activists, and the magnitudes seemed similar, so we just put them all together. I think it's an interesting idea to try and understand, like if it's like a US investor is going into, say, South Africa versus US investors going into Japan or China. How would their success rates differ, and how would they be more likely to go in those countries or not? From my conversations with some of the experts in Japan, said that basically there's quite a bit of openness and interaction between domestic activists and foreign activists. So kind of foreign activists bringing in more capital and kind of different perspective, different expertise, and they tend to, in Japan, kind of be helped, like institutional details are just provided by domestic funds. But this is just an anecdotal evidence, definitely something interesting that we can look into.
I have a question. So I saw that you have China in your sample. So I looked at the sort of the specific description of the regulation that you have in there. But this is sort of just from what I know from that specific setting, and I don't know if there are going to be sort of similar issues that could exist for other countries. But I do know that in China, I think it was back in 2004, China introduced a regulation which gives the minority shareholders separate approval rights. So these are for major corporate decisions, and this is called, I think it's called a segmented voting regulation. So the minority shareholders for major corporate decisions would be given separate voting rights. So you need majority approval from minority shareholders separately in order for these major corporate decisions to go forward. So when I look at that and look at sort of the description that you have in the regulation that you have in 2014, and I'm having a little bit of a trouble in terms of just to reconcile these and how, sort of what you have would be interpreted in light of the previous regulation that was probably like a decade ago. And another related point is, again, it has to do with maybe concurrent or related regulations, which is in 2014 was a very significant year in China. This is the year when China, I believe, launched the Shanghai and Hong Kong Connect program. So this is where foreign investors are actually allowed to directly invest in the China-Asia market. So that was sort of a watershed moment in terms of China's stock market liberalization. So the timing coincides exactly with your regulatory event. So again, these are sort of just other things that I'm aware of in the China setting, and looking at some of the of your dependent variables. I'm concerned about how these other things could have affected your inferences.
Mm-hmm. So in response to your first question, to be honest, I do not remember what exact details about 2014 China regulations. So I will be very careful. So there, and this is also maybe in response to Michelle's point. So sometimes we'll have marginal improvements, right? Those marginal improvements still introduced some additional value to shareholders. Then shareholder activists could have taken advantage of those marginal improvements. Just to the second point, and more about China generally, we recognize that China might be very different from the rest of the sample in just such a unique economy with its own rules and regulations. And we actually debated quite a bit about whether we should or should not include it in our analysis. We did some untabulated tests without China, and China is not driving the results. In the end, we decided to include China because it's a big, important market. To be honest, I was personally very surprised by the number of activism campaigns that are happening there. And we just decided to take those regulations at a face value and kind of draw some conclusions from that. But of course, it is different.
Thank you. Any other questions? I think this is the end of the day for a long day of meetings. So if there are no other questions, I think this concludes today's meetings, today's sessions. And I want to thank Anya for the great presentation, and also thanks to Michelle Lowry for the wonderful discussion, even though she's not here in person. And thank you to everybody for your participation and all the presentations from authors and discussants, and questions and discussions from everybody participating. We are hosting a virtual social gathering on GatherTown. So I think people need some social interactions to get the spirits up, and after a long day of meetings. And so Wayne and Michelle will also be hosting a PhD student meeting also on GatherTown. So it's at 5 o'clock, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you so much.